Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to today's hearing of the Yoorrook Justice Commission. This is the first day of the hearing block 6 focused on land and justice in our hearing room. I would like to invite Commissioner Hunter to do Welcome to Country.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge that we are in the lands or the skies of Wurundjeri. So we are in Whittlebik, Sky Country, and acknowledge my ancestors, all those that come before us, but particularly going into land and justice, I'd like to acknowledge all those caretakers of lands across Victoria, all those that took care of it so we're able to walk it with dignity and pride today. I also want to acknowledge all the elders in the room, and particularly for those watching who are First Peoples, acknowledge the lands you were on, your people, and the struggle that you face every day in this country. So, Woman Jekka, welcome to the lands of the Wurundjeri.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunter. I also would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon whose land we are meeting today. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners, those of you who are watching, those of you who are present today, and of fellow commissioners' ancestors as well. Could I have appearances, please?
May it please the Commission, my name is Tony McAvoy, here as co-senior counsel assisting the Commission together with Fiona McLeod, SC, and Tim Goodwin. Thank you.
I'd just like to acknowledge and introduce my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Hunter, who's leading the Commission's Health Inquiry, Commissioner Lovett, who is leading the Commission's Land and Justice, Housing and Economic Inquiry, Commissioner Walter, who is leading the Commission's leading Education and Economic Life Inquiry, and Commissioner North, who's recently joined the Commission. I'd like to make a few comments about the Commission's mandate, and then I will throw to Commissioner Lovett to provide some comments specifically around land and justice inquiry. The history of the state of Victoria has in the main been written about us and without us. The absence of Indigenous voices and perspectives offers an incomplete history of this state. The pre-colonialisation history of this land is dwarfed by the celebration of the arrival of Europeans in the 1800s and the supposed discovery of our beautiful land, our country. In this version of history, First Peoples are portrayed as savages and racially inferior. This enabled and justified what happened next: the theft of land, the loss of lives, the breaking up of kinship systems, families, denial of cultural life. The massacres and the so-called protection legislation introduced by colonial government ensured control of most First Peoples movements. First Peoples perspectives and stories are missing. Some 60 years ago, anthropologist Bill Stanner called out the Great Australian Silence. He acknowledged the deliberate exclusion of Indigenous perspectives from the historical record of this country. He talked about the cult of forgetfulness that has been perpetrated on a large scale in the telling of history. He also called the book he wrote The Great Australian Silence. The cult of forgetfulness has continued to enable systemic injustice perpetrated upon First Peoples and the denial of our inherent rights. One of the starkest examples of this in Victoria is the outcome of the Yorta native title claim. Yoorrook has heard of the history of child removal, the walk-up by the Yorta people from their traditional lands, and the destruction of families and culture. When asked to prove their connection to land as part Thank you, Commissioner Hunter, for your welcome to country. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Hunter, Commissioner Lovett, Commissioner Walter, and Commissioner Law. Due to some technical difficulties, we've had a break, and I'm continuing on with my remarks. I'd like to make some opening observations about the Commission's mandate, and then I will ask Commissioner Lovett to provide some comments about Yoorrook's Land Injustice Inquiry. The history of the state of Victoria in the main has been about us and without us. The absence of Indigenous voices and perspectives offers an incomplete history of this state. The pre-colonisation history of this land is dwarfed by the celebration of the arrival of Europeans in the 1800s and the supposed discovery of this beautiful land, our country. In this version of history, First Peoples are portrayed as savages and racially inferior. This enabled and justified what happened next: the theft of land, the loss of lives, the breaking up of kinship systems and families, and denial of cultural life. The massacres and the so-called protection legislation introduced by the colonial government ensured control of most First Peoples movements. First Peoples perspectives and stories are missing. Some 60 years ago, anthropologist W.E.H. Stanner called out the Great Australian Silence. He acknowledged the deliberate exclusion of Indigenous perspectives from the historical record of this country. He also spoke of the cult of forgetfulness that has been perpetrated on a large scale in the telling of history across this country. This cult of forgetfulness has continued to enable the systemic injustice perpetrated upon First Peoples and the denial of our inherent rights. One of the starkest examples of this in Victoria is the outcome of the Yorta native title claim. Yoorrook has heard the history of the child removal, the walk-off by the Yorta people from their traditional lands, and the destruction of families and culture. When asked to prove their connection to land as part of their native title application, the court concluded that the tide of history had washed away the Yorta people's traditional lands and customs. At the same time, First Peoples were forcibly removed from their land, family, and culture. Yoorrook has heard how Europeans expanded across Victoria at a rapid rate. In 1856, Edward Kerr, himself an early arrival, noted, Nobody of men ever created so much wealth in so short a time. The squattocracy founded Melbourne, whose history from the first to the last is unprecedented and unequalled in the annals of colonisation. Victoria, indeed Australia, is having difficulty coming to terms with the truth about this true history and the settlement of this country. Yoorrook has the deep responsibility of truth-telling. For the last 3 years, the Commission has been gathering the voices, perspectives and stories of hundreds of First Peoples from across Victoria. This week, Yoorrook will hear from Indigenous and non-Indigenous historians who have dedicated themselves to the task of breaking this silence. All these voices and perspectives will form part of the official public record of this state. Later in this hearing block, Yoorrook will also hear from ministers of the state, descendants of settlers and representatives of the church as they reflect on the injustices facing First Peoples. This evidence will also form a critical part of the public record. It should also form part of the education curriculum and training in the future for professionals working in this state. Truth-telling is a pathway towards justice. It is about creating a shared history, shaping a better future and a new relationship between First Peoples and all Victorians. It is about understanding and healing. I invite you all to listen to the voices of all those who will be giving evidence in the coming weeks. I would like to thank everyone who's already participated and come before Yoorrook and shared their evidence and their stories. I thank all of you who are participating in these upcoming hearings. I will now ask Commissioner Lovett for some further observations on Yoorrook's Land and Justice Inquiry.
Thank you, Chair, as well. And also thank Commissioner Hunter for that welcome to country. I think it'd just be good to give the state an opportunity to articulate their appearance. I think it'd be good also as a custom. Yeah.
Or later, but I will take the opportunity to acknowledge country. On behalf of the state of Victoria, I acknowledge that today's hearings are being held on the lands of the Wurundjeri people, and I acknowledge them as the traditional owners of this unceded land. The state pays respects to Wurundjeri elders, and past and present, and Aboriginal elders of other communities who are here today. The state also wants to acknowledge the Gunditjmara people who shared their stories, who hosted yesterday's on-country hearings, and the state acknowledges the Gunditjmara elders and other witnesses who shared their stories and their country yesterday. The state acknowledges all First Peoples' enduring and ongoing connection to land and waters and the importance of the Commission's current inquiry into land injustice. Thank you.
Laka lalama latun latin yung. Traveslavat, Katamara Gunjmar meeting, Linyan Kokon Kenen Contatetic, which been Yombin meeting, Parandrama meeting, Coolan meeting, Nian Karabanjo, Wangwama, Uran, Book, Bitterong, Beauty meeting. So when Rodandri meeting. Just acknowledge country, pay my respects to that we are on the lands of the Wurundjeri people. Acknowledged fellow commissioner and deputy chair's connection to this country. Acknowledge my own connection as a proud Karapmara Gunjmara man to my ancestral lands as well. Today marks the first days of live streamed public hearings into land, skies and waters. Yesterday, the Commission was privileged to formally commence the land injustice hearings on Gunjmara meeting or country in southwest Victoria. I'd like to thank Gunjmara elders, Gunjmarine as an organisation, and community for hosting us so graciously. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of my fellow commissioners and Yoorrook staff in making this hearing block possible. As a proud Karapmara Gunjmara man, it was great to be on country and an honour to be on country, my country, also as a World Heritage listed Wujibim cultural landscape that's part of Victoria's historic truth-telling process. Gunjmara meeting was selected by the Commission to start Yoorrook's land injustice hearings because it tells Victorians an important history about where European colonisation started in this state and the impact it has had on First Peoples. It marks the beginning of an unbroken line of injustice which continues here in Victoria today. As part of yesterday's ceremonial session, we were taken to World Heritage listed site of Wujibim cultural landscape. There is where the volcano erupted more than 30,000 years ago, revealing our ancestral creation being in the landscape. It's important to note that our people were there long before that. The lava flow created a patchwork of waterways and wetlands, which our ancestors used to develop one of the most sophisticated and complex aquaculture systems in the world, older than Stonehenge and the pyramids. The system supplied enough food to sustain our community year-round. In permanent settlements, that's houses, and allowed us to trade with other Aboriginal clans and nations. Caring for country or meeting in my language was at the heart of everything for our people. It still is. As a result, country was healthy. Our people were self-sufficient. Then, just 200 years ago, the Europeans came. Yoorrook heard how early European families illegally and forcibly took the land, the water, and the resources under the false doctrine of terra nullius. We were told how colonial laws were imposed upon First Peoples who were denied the ability to practice culture and their traditions, to hold ceremony, to speak language, as I did before. We were also taken to the site of the first recorded massacre in Victoria at the Convincing Ground on Kilcara country, again on Gunjmara country. We heard how almost an entire clan was destroyed and how the perpetrators went unpunished. Auntie Donna Ryder put it best. She told us, in this part of our country, there is a glorification of colonisers who stole our land, the massacres, the murders, the frontier violence, violence against our women, and violence against our children as well. Yoorrook has received evidence about the rapid colonial expansion across Victoria. But while the land was taken quickly, the journey for land rights for First Peoples has been slow and arduous. Yoorrook has heard evidence about how After World War II, the government gave land from the former mission sites, including Lake Condah on Gunditjmara country, to return war veterans as part of soldier settlements. All but 2 Aboriginal men who fought for Australia, of which there were many, were excluded from that scheme. Traditional owners told us how they've been denied land rights at every step by a system that was not designed for First Peoples. We have heard of how debilitating it can be for our people to establish their rights through Western legal concepts. They must engage lawyers to bring their cases in court, which can take years and years. Traditional owners must engage historians, anthropologists, and linguists to prove they are who they say they are. They sometimes face hundreds of defendants trying to stop them from realising their rights. Their rights. Led by elders and other community leaders, First Peoples have spent decades fighting for change, particularly around land rights. This has seen the introduction of legislation in relation to land rights in Victoria, including acts such as the Aboriginal Land Rights Act in 1970, the Aboriginal Heritage Act in 2006, and the Traditional Owners Settlement Act here in Victoria, 2010. Yoorrook has heard how these laws and policies, while important steps forward, have only resulted in the return of small pieces of land and management back to traditional owners. We have also heard how these rights come with a range of restrictions and conditions and the layers of control by government. Traditional owners have spent years fighting for the crumbs. We've heard that. Throughout the state of Victoria, we've heard that over and over again. First Peoples across the state have repeatedly told Yoorrook that this system is not working and that it must change. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense and ongoing fight of First Peoples across Victoria to achieve their achievements so far in land injustice. This is about more than just land rights. It's about country, which means everything to our people. It's also about restoring culture, tradition, language, and caring for country. As we saw yesterday, when First Peoples can care for country, everyone benefits. Everyone. This hearing block will bookend Yoorrook's investigation into land, skies and waters. Over the past 5 months, Yoorrook commissioners and staff have spoken to over 850 traditional owners, including dozens of traditional owner roundtables and information sessions held at across 30 locations across the state of Victoria. We have travelled the state extensively. We have received numerous submissions, thousands of documents of evidence through notices to produce, and will now hold public hearings for 12 days. Over the coming weeks, we will hear more evidence about how the theft of land, water, and resources has impacted and continues to impact First Peoples today. We will also hear about the diversity, strength, but also the resistance of First Peoples here in Victoria. Witnesses will include First Peoples, historians, organisations and associations, and representatives of government. Some hearings will be held and live streamed on country. Over the past 200 years, justice has traditionally been delivered in courtrooms in the cities, in a language that was once foreign to our people, and by judges who came here long after us and ignored our law. Yoorrook's truth-telling hearings mark a turning point for justice in this country. We will hear evidence of First Peoples country. using First Peoples language in the way they articulate themselves, using First Peoples law and law. It is an opportunity to learn about country, to listen to country. Listen to country. On April 24, Water Minister Harriet Shing will give evidence in Robbenvale by the Murray. Then on April 29, the Premier, Jacinta Allen, will give evidence on the land of the old Corranderk Aboriginal Mission near Healesville on Wurundjeri country. I hope all Victorians will take the time to hear the evidence, to listen, to learn our shared history in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lovett. Council.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Lovett. And thank you to Commissioner Hunter for the welcome to country. On behalf of Co-Senior Counsel and Counsel assisting and Solicitor assisting the inquiry, we too acknowledge the Wurundjeri people and all the First Nations of the state of Victoria who are looking to the work of this commission to aid their dealings with the state of Victoria and ensure that the truth is told in this place. As you have noted, Chair and Commissioners, this week the Yoorrook Justice Commission commences a 3-week block of hearings focused on land injustice. Today we are hearing from a panel of experienced academics and historians on the early colonisation processes and the circumstance that existed prior to the arrival of the British on these shores in the south of Australia and within the state of Victoria, and the impacts on First Peoples. Today's panelists are Professor Julie Andrews, Emeritus Professor Richard Broome, Associate Professor Catherine Ellinghouse, and Dr. Bill Pascoe. Tomorrow we will move on to take evidence through another panel on a further post-colonisation period, including matters of the segregation and assimilation laws and policies, the mission and reserve systems within Victoria, and the Aborigines Protection Act, commonly known as the Half-Caste Act. And these are matters about which the commissioners have heard evidence throughout the course of the hearings from individuals, but we will hear additional evidence from expert panel tomorrow. Yoorrook will also receive individual evidence this week from a number of elders, and this will hopefully set the scene for the hearings to follow the Easter period, when hearings resume on the 15th of April 2024. Over that 2-week hearing period, we will be hearing from a number of state witnesses on land injustice, including the Premier Jacinta Allen, the Minister for Treaty and First Peoples Natalie Hutchins MP, the Minister for the Environment Steve Dimopoulos MP, the Minister for Water Harriet Shing MP, and the Minister for Climate Action, Energy and Resources Lily D'Ambrosio MP. We'll also hear from the First Peoples Assembly of Victoria, the Federation of Victorian Traditional Owner Corporations, the Victorian elders and experts on the topic of land injustice. And as Commissioner Lovett has just said, the evidence of the Premier and the Minister for Water will be taken on country in Corranderk and Robbenvale, respectively. Commissioners, we might seek a short adjournment in order to assemble the panel of witnesses and continue with the evidence.
Council will adjourn briefly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have now assembled the panel of witnesses proposed to give evidence today. I will administer the oath to each, and then we will deal with some introductions. Firstly, Professor Andrews, could you tell the Commission your full name?
Certainly. My name is Professor Julie Andrews.
And your occupation?
I'm an anthropologist, a Black anthropologist. I'm an academic, and I'm a Director of Indigenous Research at La Trobe University.
And the evidence that you will give today will be the truth, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it will be.
Thank you. Nextly, Emeritus Professor Broom, could you tell the Commission your full name, please?
My name is Richard Lawrence Broom.
Your current position?
I'm associated with La Trobe still. I'm retired, but I'm still actively involved in research and involved in research projects.
Thank you. And the evidence that you will give today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it will.
Associate Professor Ellinghouse, could you tell the Commissioners your full name, please?
Catherine Gillian Ellinghouse,
And your position?
Associate Professor of History at La Trobe University.
And the evidence that you will give to the Commission today will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it will.
And Dr. Bill Pascoe, could you tell the Commission your full name?
I'm William Pascoe, known as Bill Pascoe.
And your position?
I work in digital humanities at the University of Melbourne and the University of Newcastle.
Thank you. And in the evidence that you will give today to the Commission, that evidence will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? Thank you. Commissioners, I now propose to invite the witnesses to individually introduce themselves, noting their relevant work or study. Yes, and I understand that Professor Andrews will make an acknowledgement on behalf of the whole panel. Professor Andrews? I should say, Professor Andrews, before you start, the Commissioners have each received a copy of each of your CVs.
On behalf of the panel here, I'd like to pay my respects to the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, on whose lands we meet here today. On behalf of my ancestors and elders in the room, I pay my respects to Commissioner Hunter, Commissioner Walter, Commissioner Lovett, Commissioner North, and our Chair, Eleanor Burke, Auntie. Oh, so cool. I also pay my respects to all Aboriginal people here today, in the room and online. I acknowledge my mother, Leah Briggs Andrews. I acknowledge my La Trobe University colleagues here with me today, and Bill Pascoe.
If you could just give an introduction as to your relevant work or study experience.
Yes. So I work at La Trobe University. I've been working there for over 30 years now as an academic. I teach Aboriginal studies, I lead Aboriginal studies, and I lead Indigenous research at La Trobe University. I'm director of our first inaugural research centre at La Trobe. I'm Yoorrook, Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Wiradjuri. That's because of all the movements, because of colonisation and policies that, made our people shift around and place us onto government reserves. My PhD thesis was on Aboriginal Melbourne. It was a comparison with another anthropologist's work by the name of Diane Barwick, and I revisited Diane Barwick's thesis that was on regional affiliation of Aboriginal people once they left the missions and moved in to make a community here in Melbourne. So my thesis was a revisitation to Barwick's data, and I compared my data from an Aboriginal perspective growing up in Aboriginal Melbourne over 50 years in comparison with her research that was published in 1962. I've since gone on to do more research as well. It's expanded into other areas of Aboriginal health. It's expanded into gender issues for our people. It's expanded into working with colleagues such as Catherine Ellinghouse here and Richard on history. It's talking about the impact of colonisation, and I teach that to La Trobe University students across all our campuses, which are Bendigo, Mildura, Shepherd and Albury-Wodonga, and Melbourne. So over a period of 15 years, I've taught thousands of students. I also teach an on-country subject on Yoorrook country, and that attracts a lot of people. And I take the classroom into the bush and on the water, which is an amazing place to learn, as we all know, as Aboriginal people. That's where we do most of our teaching. My expertise is on Aboriginal identity construction, and that's in particular within the home, within the family, and within the community, and the benefits of having that opportunity to be with your people to identify as Aboriginal.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to Emeritus Professor Richard Broome. If you could give the commissioners a brief introduction to your work.
Yes, look, I am a non-Indigenous Australian. I moved to Melbourne in my mid-20s, and I began teaching at La Trobe University in 1977. I inherited a course in Aboriginal history from John Hurst, who had taught it for several years, and I continued to teach that course in many iterations until 2012. I began also researching Aboriginal history at that time. I published a book, Aboriginal Australians, in 1982, which was the first overview history of colonisation since 1788. I then, in the 1990s, began to work on Victorian history and finally published Aboriginal Victorians in 2005, which I have just brought into a second edition this year. Aboriginal Australians is now in its 5th edition. I also published a book on the Aboriginal Advancement League called Fighting Hard, and other articles as well. So I have done a lot of historical work in Aboriginal history in Victoria, and I am still working in that area. I'm also currently president of the Royal Historical Society of Victoria, and am working very hard with others to move historical societies into a more diverse approach to history. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, was there something that you wish to say in relation to the use of names and?
Yes, I do. All of the panel will at times be forced to make comments that may be offensive because we will be dealing with ethnocentric and racial ideas. And I think it's important if we have the freedom to use some of these terms, because without that freedom, people in the present cannot understand attitudes in the past, and they cannot understand the hurt that was caused over many generations to Aboriginal people. So we are deeply sorry if we cause offence, but that's what needs to be said in this Truth-Telling Commission.
If I may, Chair, I'd just like to say thank you for that disclaimer. But I think as a commission, we understand that if we don't make that link with the past, we can't understand the present. And the wording you use is of the past. And so I hopefully can speak on behalf of my fellow commissioners in welcoming you to speak freely in this space.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunter. I now turn to Associate Professor Catherine Ellinghouse. If you could briefly introduce yourself to the Commission?
Hi, my name is Catherine Ellinghouse, and I was born here in Melbourne and grew up in Corhan Warrable, or the Dandenong Ranges. I'm a woman of German, Irish, and Scottish descent, and my historical work has been focused largely on assimilation policies inflicted on Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people in this country, and also Native American people in the United States. I now teach the subject that Richard referred to, which continues a long tradition of trying to truth tell at La Trobe University, teaching generations of students about the crimes of the settler state in this country, and also about the long history of First Peoples resistance and activism. I would like to, and as part of that, we're trying to, I guess, contribute also to the fantastic Aboriginal Studies program that Julie runs. I would like to acknowledge that something that Commissioner Burke raised earlier today, which is that much of the history of this state of Victoria has been written without First Nations people's involvement. And I would also like to acknowledge that the discipline of history that I sit in has been implicated in that. I want to acknowledge that the non-Indigenous people here today to speak to you, Commissioners, are not experts in the lived experience of Aboriginal people or in their culture or traditions. We are experts in historical documents. And I would also like to acknowledge all the Indigenous teachers, students and colleagues that I've had that have helped me understand better what is in those documents and the best ways that I can use them as a historian to truth tell.
Thank you very much.
Ellinghouse, was there also some observation that you wanted to make about speaking about people in their absence?
And I should also add, thank you, that part of what we are going to be doing today is speaking about people whose ancestors are not ours, whose country is not ours, and that who aren't here. And that is also, as Richard says, as part of the thing that we need to do in order to uncover the history of this state.
Dr. Pascoe, could you in turn introduce yourself to the commissioners in terms of your relevant work?
Yes, thanks. And thanks, Julie, for the acknowledgement. I'd also like to thank Paul Ringo Terrick for his woman Jacko when I first came here 2 years ago, and for his support for our research. Also, Lyndall Ryan sends her apologies. Professor Lyndall Ryan, I'm here because she couldn't make it today. I'm a white fellow, but my great-grandmother was a Murray woman, probably Cubby Cubby, that's our best guess. We don't know anything about it beyond that, except that my grandmother used to speak to people at a certain fringe camp, and that's why we guess she is where she's from. I grew up mainly in Yoorrook country, which is the western suburbs of Brisbane. For the last 20 years or so, I've been working in the Wabakal country at the University of Newcastle. Much of that time working part-time, and more recently on a volunteer basis, has been on the Colonial Frontier Massacres map and database led by Professor Ryan, and contributed to by many historians. My PhD was in English, but it did involve a lot of historical research into colonial violence and global commodity trade. So my role working at universities on many different projects is as a digital humanities specialist, which in short means doing humanities with computers, but it involves thorough knowledge of humanities subjects, theory, the philosophy, how to build websites that reliably inform the public, especially on this controversial issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Pascoe. I'd just ask you to keep your voice up when you're speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask a number of questions about the before we get into the business of the arrival of the British on the shores and lands of the area now known as Victoria, I'm going to ask about the existence of the First Nations, the Aboriginal people who resided and owned these lands in that period. The evidence which I'm going to take you through, we understand to be non-controversial in that it's been heard many times in relation to native title matters and cultural heritage matters, and indeed there are often government acknowledgements of the existence of these spirits and ancestors of the present day First Nations people. But I will ask you some questions. Firstly, in terms of the spiritual dimension of Aboriginal people in southeastern Australia, rather, if I can put it that way, there's a belief system that involves the landscape and environment being created by ancestor spirits. Does that accord with everybody's understanding of the origins of Aboriginal people in this country?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. McAvoy, that there was a set of beliefs that country was created by great ancestors who are still powerful, and the country is still alive with their power at particularly sacred sites.
And did those ancestors have any role in the placement of people in the landscape, the traditional owners of these countries?
Well, Aboriginal beliefs are that they were creators, not only of landscape, but of people. And they have many stories about how that creation happened, whether it be breathing life into a bark figure and bringing it alive. But there are many, many stories across different groups about creation of land and people.
Is something that you'd like to add?
Yes, I think creation stories are about birthing, and it's about life and how people came to be, but we're also connected to land and country and animals as well. We have totems. So all these kind of connections to the country come from our birthing stories and what we've inherited from our ancestors. So the stars are also our astronomy tells a story, and that they guide us while we're traveling as well. So all of that connection to our Dreamtime stories for land and water is very important in the makeup of Aboriginal identity and culture as we know it here today, even in Victoria. So that's what our history tells us. We come from the stars. We come from places where people don't come from. We're unique. So these kind of ways of origins and stories and birthing and so forth is very, very big in women because we're the givers of life. So we have birthing trees and so forth, and that's all connected to your country and your family and your identity and to the midwifery of that exists inside our communities as well. So I always place women and birthing with all the Dreamtime stories, and you know, a lot of our ancestral ways of telling these stories are about creation stories.
In those communities that existed before the British got here, we today refer to them as First Nations, but in those communities, it's generally understood that those communities were governed by systems of laws and ritual and ceremony.
As an anthropologist, that's what we do. We study cultural patterns. So we don't just wipe people out. We have a responsibility to show the unique systems within a society. So Aboriginal people certainly did have a governance system that was governed by, it's almost like when we see the history, we call them chiefs this, chiefs that, but they were senior men and senior women that were the law people of that particular clan or group or tribe. Now, when we look at the way the naming of the structure of Aboriginal families and society has been, it's been such a big change. And you've probably documented that, Richard, you know, like how people came to know and call Aboriginal people in society. That's a problem in itself, in my view, because no one knows what a clan is, you know. So these were all terminologies that were imposed upon Aboriginal society and structure by anthropologists, so-called anthropologists. A lot of them weren't anthropologists, a lot of them were settlers. So it was their way of bringing their British kind of knowledge about other cultural, you know, societies around the world and imposing that on our structure. So our chief people inside our society would be the lawmakers, the law holders, and they decide the punishment, who could marry, and you had to seek approval and permission to enter through these people. So we had a governance structure of law that was very, very important to social control. And that's what this whole thing about traditional law, Aboriginal law, is about, social control inside. And that was prior to British arrival.
You mentioned the role of senior men in particular, and the role of the law holders. Is that a reference to elders in the community? Or is that a different concept?
When we look, well, if you're looking at it from today, there are kinds of parallels within identifying and giving that name to that kind of role inside a society. So yes, elders would be the equivalent. The only thing is that the history books didn't interview the women. They only interviewed the men. So the women have had to, you know, they've always been a cultural part of the makeup and role of the society. So women have their own law as well. Men aren't the only lawmakers, the law keepers. The women have responsibilities as well, and that comes through initiation. So we don't have the initiation that we had back then. So we hear today that football is initiation, you know, break an arm, break a leg, you know, that kind of thing. But, you know, there's parallels always, you know, within Aboriginal people's spirituality with their past.
Would any of the other panel members like to comment on this topic? Please.
Right. Just from the perspective of historical records, if you read the writings of early invaders, settlers, explorers, and also the early protectors, it's very clear that they recognised also that there were complex systems of law, that there was complex religion and spiritual beliefs, and that there were, you know, a very complex society that involved, you know, agriculture, buildings, all of those things are in the early records.
And that includes evidence of aquaculture?
Yes, aquaculture also.
So when we speak of aquaculture, we're particularly speaking about in particular the eel traps, which the commissioners saw yesterday. But agriculture in terms of, in what sense?
Sorry, did you say aquaculture or agriculture?
Agriculture, sorry.
Agriculture. So I'm talking about, I guess, animal husbandry. This isn't my area, so I'm happy to throw over to Richard if he's got more to add on this.
Well, I think Aboriginal people manage landscape in a way that all humans manage their local landscape, and they did that by fire, particularly, creating templates across country that would encourage animals to move to, but also have places of refuge nearby. So it was a well thought out system over many thousands of years, and the same with the aquaculture that created eeling, not only at Budge Bin, places like that, but also at eeling grounds in places like Lake Bollock and whatever. So it was a sophisticated system that it worked. It was sustainable over many thousands of years, and therefore, like any other culture, it adapted to its unique environments and created what I like to call a great tradition. People often talk about civilizations. I think those words have various European resonances, but in terms of a holistic culture that worked, they had it.
The system of land ownership that existed prior to the British arrival is not controversial. It's been recognised in many senses in the native title determinations in this state and in other places. But it's one in which groups had identified territories over which they exercised control and ownership. Would you agree with that statement? Yes,
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. And that control and ownership was exercised communally. It's not the case that people had individual parcels of land.
We're an egalitarian society, and we had our boundaries that we didn't cross without permission. So you wouldn't be able to venture into another tribe's area without permission. And we also had our seasonal celebrations around agricultural seasons. And with the landscape, we knew how to not just do the bushfire, but we knew what animals were going to be birthed. We knew what the bush tucker was going to be, that kind of thing. But we had some big laws around travelling onto for trade. So we know that in the archaeological record with the Mount Williams Sanctuary, that's where the prize greenstone on Wurundjeri land was used for trading. But we can track that around all parts of tribal areas that showed the value of particular items. And wooden artifacts don't last as long as stone tools and bone artifacts. So they're the kind of things that, we can track back to. But, something that is also important is our burials. And our burials and traditional burials tell us a lot of things about our people.
Well, one further question, and thank you for that. One further question on that issue. It's often said that Aboriginal connection, First Nations connection to land is inalienable. Do you understand what that is meant by it being inalienable, the ownership and control over land? Professor Broom, you're nodding your head. Can you just explain to the Commission what the general understanding of the inalienability of rights in land are, from your understanding?
Well, I think it comes from Aboriginal religious views and beliefs about the way country was created. And if country is created by a great ancestor who remained powerful into the current lives of Aboriginal people of the day, then that means that there is a connection that should not be broken, because it is a religious connection. It's a belief system about that culture in relationship to their own land and landscape.
Andrews, do you want to add anything to that?
I think that was a good answer.
Thank you. Any other panelists? No. Thank you, Professor Broom. I just want to ask some questions now about just to give the Commission some sense of what's understood to be the size of the Aboriginal population in Victoria at around the turn of the 1700s into the 1800s, around 1800s.
Mr. McAvoy, before you move on to that, could I just ask the panel, what's the essential sources of knowledge from which the understanding about pre-colonial Aboriginal society and outlooks comes from?
Well, fortunately, some settlers were curious. Many were not, but some settlers were curious, and they asked questions of Aboriginal people. And also later into the 19th century, there were a group of amateur ethnographers, not yet anthropologists like Julie, but amateurs, who also had an interest in the lives of the people still around them, and they questioned them. Also, we will be talking later about the Aboriginal Protectorate, and there were 4 Aboriginal protectors and a chief protector, and one of their jobs descriptions was to maintain a journal. And so journals were kept. We have an extremely extensive collection of the journals of protectors, weekly, monthly journals, annual reports, and they often noted down what they heard Aboriginal people say or what their responses to questions were. Missionaries also were apt to keep daily journals, and so missionaries at Buntingdale, the government mission, later at Corranderk, they kept records. And so we have a wealth of material. The irony is that these were colonisers, but they are also recorders. And I suppose we can only be thankful that some of them had this curiosity.
Thank you, Commissioner North. Following on from that question, in addition to the recorded information from ethnographers and amateur anthropologists, there's also a great wealth of information that comes through oral histories. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Perhaps Julie.
Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of our Aboriginal families keep their sacred stories private as well. They were taught to do that as part of their law. You know, the Aboriginal women and men had their own sacred ways of teaching each other, and men hunt together, so the men learn how to do things. Oral history is very powerful. The stories don't disappear, and the land doesn't disappear. So Aboriginal people are very connected to their country, so they will adapt to whatever they're doing on their country as well. They're kind of cultural practices that non-Aboriginal people are amazed at, you know, because they don't have that feeling or connection to and the spirituality of their country. And a lot of that comes from oral history. Just going back to those early settlers, they weren't allowed to speak to women, so that's why we got so many men's stories. So we have big gaps in our anthropological record for women, but they were coming with a different kind of mindset when they arrived here and documented things. They were interested in language. They were interested in geography. They were interested in, you know, things to do with economics and the future for the Crown. So they had to document certain parts of the history before they moved the people off. And don't forget, they're already living on their land. So they had people working for them. So they were probably interviewing them and getting those stories off them while they were working for them.
I guess there are also physical archaeological remains which tell us something about that pre-colonial period. Is there some information you can give us about that material?
None of us are archaeologists, but
But look, I'm on some research projects that are archaeology. So, and they're famous cases like the Bark Baby for Jajarang. We're doing research on Lake Bort at the moment, which is all like archaeological sites and stone tools, but the main ones around stone tools and canoe trees, because Lake Bort was a huge aqua area, 2 or 3 lakes. Lake Mungo, huge, that's connected to La Trobe Uni as well. Lake Mungo Man, Mungo Lady. There's so much involved when you start looking at archaeology, and the problems about that is a lot of things have been destroyed as well. You know, as you get your Dreamtime stories on Garryworth in the rock art and so forth, I'm sure you've been there already. That's the dingo story there, the dingo Dreamtime. So there's so many kinds of ways that you can read the country that are connected to oral history. And yes, expertise, knowledge in the Aboriginal community is just as good as archaeologists and anthropologists, because they also have the oral history to go with it. But now we have so much research partnership with non-Aboriginal and Aboriginal people. It's coming out really a block of knowledge that matches and is very strong around what would you say, consistency and time travel and telling where we are today. Yeah.
If I might just add, there's potentially an immense record still, because if occupation in Victoria is upwards of 50,000, across Australia upwards of 60,000, we're dealing with about 2,000 generations of humanity who have left remains, who've left records. Of course, a lot of it's been destroyed by wind, by floods, etc. But at Lake Mungo, Mungo Man and Mungo Lady have taught us a lot about the cultural ideas of, say, life and death, by the way burials were happened, and that gypsum caps were worn by women in mourning along the Murray River. So much can be told, but from just the archaeological record.
And I just add, repatriation has been a huge part of Victoria at the museum, and the amount of collections they have there is just amazing, and they've all been taken by non-Aboriginal people, and we're talking about bones and the hands, the cultural practices of Aboriginal people around ceremony and funeral.
Thank you. And in your one of your answers a few moments ago, you also talked about the tool site where the axe heads were made that travelled all around the region. That's another archaeological site that's very well known.
Yes, it's on Wurundjeri country, Mount William, and it's an amazing site. It tells so much stories there. That was a man's site, I think, Commissioner Hunter, would you agree? Yeah. So, they're the kind of things that we talk about, gender sites as well, where women's law was and where men's roles were and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's quite a famous, very big in the archaeological record, and a lot of men know about the greenstone axe. So I've seen so many people pick up and say, "Oh, that's greenstone," It's a prized tool.
Thank you. I just want to take you back to something that you said a few moments ago about the feeling for country. This is a subject that's often difficult to explain for Aboriginal people, but in your work as an anthropologist, are you aware that it's something that you hear often from Aboriginal people speaking about their feelings that they have on country or for country?
Yes, especially when they're sad, especially when they can't go home, especially when they've got trauma. They don't know their country. We're talking about people who, with the forced removal, or once they were able to freely move off the missions, they migrated to Melbourne for work, housing, to escape racism. But then we see a new transition of people being born here in Melbourne who haven't been on country, but they know who they are. And that's the whole thing about, Aboriginal identity. We never lose our cultural connection to what our identity is and the stories for that land. And we now have people living inside Melbourne, but they go home to country. So that's where they go and sit and find peace. Right? That's where they go and fish. That's where they go and swim in the ocean. That's where they go and try and catch an eel. So they're practicing hunting, and then the stories around learning off bush tucker, eating bush tucker, having a go, not getting poisoned and all that kind of thing. It's about learning, but you go with the people that are still living on country, who are your family. So that family connection is still strong.
And listening to your answer, is it the case that access to country is a matter of health, physical and mental health?
Absolutely. Access to country is imperative to a healthy mind and a healthy body.
Now, in trying to reach some estimate of the population of the area now known as Victoria prior to the arrival of the British, I will prompt you with some information that's been published by Mr. Butland, in which he estimates the population to be something in the order of 60,000 people at prior to the arrival of the British. Would any of you make any comment about that estimate?
Well, I think all estimates are estimates. We can't know any more than that, but Butland did a great deal of sophisticated work on the carrying capacity of country and the foraging for traditional foods, and found that there would be enough food on the country to sustain more than that number. So it seems to be a credible ballpark figure. But of course, what happened was that we know that there was smallpox impact in the 1790s, which spread down from Sydney. It didn't go in every area of Victoria, but particularly not the Gunai country. But in other parts, there have been evidence when the Europeans first arrived, the seafarers in the early 1800s, 1801, 2, 3, that they saw individuals with pock marks on their faces, and that's the telltale sign of a survivor of smallpox. And smallpox, the evidence that people have from studying smallpox across the world is possibly 50 to 80% death rate from smallpox could have occurred. So in the areas that it got to, it could have been devastating. And then there was a further outbreak in 1830. So that eroded that population estimate, those two disease impacts. And the early protectors in Victoria were trying to work out what the size of the population would have been at 1834-35 when Europeans arrived. And I think they think maybe around 10,000. That's what they were estimating in the late 1830s when they were trying to work out how many there might have been. So possibly those early population through disease impacts went down to possibly 10,000.
And you're aware of some estimates that say perhaps half of the population was lost in each wave of the smallpox, which might reduce that number of 60,000 to say 15,000 post the second wave of smallpox.
Right.
And are you aware of any estimates of the population of the Aboriginal people in Victoria at its lowest point, post the arrival of the British people?
At its lowest point, once Europeans are here, there is more exact counting, and they're no longer estimates. And by the early 1850s, it had reduced, and by then to about 1900, under 2000. The lowest point probably was in the 1920s, but that's difficult because the counting then ran into the problems of how Europeans saw people of mixed descent. But they were counting very small numbers of people they called full descent, full blood, if you like, to use the terminology of the day. So that there was probably an 80% lost once settlement occurred.
Now, I just want to move on now to the period of European arrival. Perhaps if we could have document 1, please, operator, on the screen. This document is a 1960s school map of Australia, showing the routes taken by the explorers. The map, when it arrives, will show us the path of Abel Tasman in 1642, coming across the south of the continent to what he then named. There we go. If we could enlarge that, please. It shows Abel Tasman went to the south coast of Tasmania only in 1642. The next visit by Europeans was then understood to be Lieutenant James Cook in 1770 at Point Hicks, is near Cairn River, near the border with what is now the border with New South Wales. From Point Hicks, he then headed north. Then in 1788, Phillips arrived at Botany Bay, then Port Jackson, and there was the establishment of the penal settlement there. And it is then in 1797 and 1798 that the east coast of Victoria into the Bass Strait, around Phillip Island and Wilson's Promontory, but not to Port Phillip Bay, occurred. And it was this stage it was understood that Tasmania was not connected to the mainland, but before that it was thought so. Now, please pull me up if you've got anything to add, or whilst I take you through this. And now, is it possible to zoom in, please, operator, to the southeastern corner? And so I'm not sure whether you can see that, but the next trip is the circumnavigation of Van Diemen's Land in 1798 to 1799 by George Bass and Matthew Flinders. They come down the east coast of what is now Victoria. And then in 1801 and 1802, Flinders, on return from England, traverses the southern coast of Australia, around through the Victorian coast and up to Sydney. Then Flinders does in 1802 and 1803 does a circumnavigation of Terra Australis, as it's been known, or New Holland, including through the Bass Strait. And then at 1802 to 1803, we see the first attempt at a settlement as effectively a second settlement away from Port Jackson at what is now known, or near what is now known as Sorrento. And that's the first attempt at settlement in Victoria. You agree with that brief summary of what occurred? Before that attempted settlement in 1802, there hadn't been much in the way of contact between Europeans and First Nations people. You agree with that?
In Victoria, yes.
Victoria, sorry. Yes. The penal settlement, or the settlement attempted to be set up at Sorrento, failed after 7 or 8 months, a short period of time. And the reasons for that are well documented, but understood to be a lack of suitable water in the area and particularly strong resistance from the traditional owners. That country, that part of Victoria, in terms of the First Nations owners of that country, whose country is that area?
Well, that would be Boonwurrung.
And it was then after approximately seven months that the settlement was relocated to Tasmania, or Van Diemen's Land, there were two settlements established in Van Diemen's Land, one in the Derwent River and one in the Tamar River. Now, after the period in which the Sorrento settlement was evacuated, are you aware of any records of sealers or whalers being in the area at or about that time?
That happened shortly after, yes, as knowledge filtered out about southern coast of the mainland.
And those sealing and whaling camps, can you just give a brief description of the nature of those camps?
Well, they were temporary. There were also efforts later to cut bark to make to use in the making of skins and tanning, but those camps would have been temporary because most of their bases were in Tasmania, or Van Diemen's Land as was then called, but they would have visited the southern coast on a temporary basis, and at that stage many of the sealing men had formed liaisons, forced cooperative accommodating with Aboriginal women who helped in the enterprise.
And was the impact of those whalers or sealers, did it travel very far inland to your knowledge, or was it mainly confined to the coast?
Well, in my knowledge, that was a coastal enterprise.
Any other additions to those comments that you'd like to make?
I know that there was a ship that took some Palawa people over to New Zealand, and they are actually still recognising their heritage as Palawa, and one of them is one of my students doing a PhD. So I also know I have a couple of Palawa PhD students, and they're researching Manalagena and their connection to Australia mainland. But one of the interesting things is those sealing and whalers, ex-convicts in my eyes, they also went as far as South Australia with travelling and taking women. So my auntie, Hillis Maris, wrote Women of the Sun, and that was in the second episode of the whaling sealing camps, where they had Aboriginal women as slaves.
And the commissioners will recall that there was evidence from Uncle Jack Charles in the very first session about his ancestors being taken from Tasmania. Now, the land tenure system that existed in Port Jackson and in the Tasmanian colonies, we understand it was very similar in that there were grants made to free settlers and in some cases free released convicts or convicts who had finished their term by the governor, and that those land grants were made in areas where the land had been identified for release or for the particular settlement. Do you have any quibble with that description, or is there anything that you would like to add to that very, very short summary of the system?
I think, the Crown had assumed ownership at the Act of Possession, and then the Crown started to divest land. It was interested in progressing settlement, so many people gained land. Convicts gained small parcels because they wanted them to stay in the colony and not come home. And people, the officers of the first military detachments, they received land, and they were the only ones with money to do trading with incoming ships. And then from about 1813, there was a system where people that had money who came to the colony would be given a grant of land, and that grant system lasted till 1830. And then we shift to a different system of leaseholds to squatters of large parcels of land, and the beginnings of selling land at £1 an acre near settlements and towns.
We will come to the pastoral lease holdings a little bit later, but in general, the system that existed at the very early stages of the colony was not one where members of the settlers or other people were encouraged to simply go out and take land of their own accord. Is it fair to say that?
It's fair to say that because the government was interested in controlling settlement, and they didn't want to let it get out of control. And until 1829, they had limits of location that no one was supposed to go beyond. And of course, the southern part of Australia was not supposed to be settled either.
We will come to that. I just want to, I just might ask whether the commissioners are happy to proceed, or whether we might take a short break.
Short break, or should you check what lunch was due 1 o'clock? Is that right?
It is at 1, but I just note that because of the delays, we've been with these witnesses a little while in the witness
Yes.
box.
Yeah. Okay.
If we might take a 5-minute break,
Thank you.
then commissioners, thank you.
Adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you.
given some of the technical difficulties this morning and the time we have available with these witnesses, it's council assisting's preference that we sit on until 1:15 if possible today and resume at 2, thereby gaining back 15 minutes. Is that possible?
Yes, Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that indulgence, Chair. Now, witnesses, I'm going to ask you some questions now about what was then known as Van Diemen's Land, is now known as Tasmania. You're here today to give evidence about what happened in the state of Victoria and the land injustices in Victoria, but I want you to give evidence to the best of your ability about your knowledge of what occurred in Tasmania. Now, I'm just going to put a couple of matters to you, which I'd like you to accept unless you feel you have other information. First is that the estimated Palawa Aboriginal population of Tasmania or at 1788, the estimates that are currently available say that the population was between 3,000 and 15,000. So that's quite a wide variance in estimates. But is that something that accords with your knowledge, or do you think that that's incorrect? Any views?
I think it's a wide estimate, but it is correct.
Thank you. It's notorious, I think, that the remaining population that was known to have survived the years following the arrival of the British on those shores by 1835, when people were removed to Flinders Island in the Bass Strait, was 100 people. You don't have any disagreement with that? So now, the population decline, I suggest to you, has been attributed in the various historical writings on the subject to. I'll summarise as three different types of matter. One is the introduced disease, particularly smallpox. The second is indiscriminate killing of Aboriginal people. But the third is large-scale massacres as a separate category of death. Would you agree that the population decline in Tasmania can be attributed to those three factors?
I add one more factor, and that is the limitation of Palawa people's mobility. So as settlements encroach, settler governments and police and militia are very concerned with making sure that Aboriginal people don't move around, which impacts on their ability to hunt, to care for country. And so, you know, it really does make an impact on the population in terms of them being able to live as they needed to live at that time.
Also, the dispossession from land.
Correct.
Are there any other additions to that list?
Yeah, also the impact that those things have on culture. If you have a group of 20 people and 6 of them are killed, there are knowledge holders that have certain information about where to find food even, or the right way to go about that. So that has an impact as well.
Thank you. Any further additions to that list?
Well, population recovery didn't happen often because of the existence of venereal diseases.
So that the conception rates were low?
Certainly, yes.
Is it also the case that the infant mortality rates where there was conception were increased?
Well, certainly, given what's been said earlier about having to being dispossessed and being moved around, it doesn't make for a settled family life and child raising.
Yes. Now, if I could have document number 2, please, operator. The slide that you now be shown is the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article 2, and I'll just take you through that document, that convention. Article 2 provides, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group as such. A, killing members of the group. B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Now, with that definition in mind, you would accept the proposition that Aboriginal people, even at that early stage, were understood to be subject to the laws of England from the time of annexation, and that under British law, the crimes of murder or unlawful killing were well known at 1803 when the British arrived in Van Diemen's Land.
According to the British.
2 propositions there. Firstly, that Aboriginal people were understood to be subject to the laws of England, and second, that the crimes of murder and unlawful killing were well known under British law in 1803.
Yes, according to the British, that's the case.
According to the British, yes. But that's the formal position.
Yep.
Now, is it also fair to say, or accurate to say, I should put it, that that the various governors in the New South Wales colony knew what was happening in Van Diemen's Land by reason of the reports from the colonel at the time, Colonel George Arthur, who was the Lieutenant Governor of the Van Diemen's Land settlements. It was well known at the time that there was large-scale conflict and substantial deaths of Aboriginal people as a result.
Yep.
We'll agree with that. Are you, each of you, aware of a book by Professor Tom Lawson from 2014 titled The Last Man, A British Genocide in Tasmania? Are you aware of that book?
I'm supposed to be in retirement, Mr. McAvoy. I don't keep up with everything, but I have heard the title, but I haven't read the book.
Heard of the book, but I can't recall
There's
reading it.
a book in 2017, Nick Brodie's book called the Van Diemensian War: The Secret History of Britain's Tasmanian Invasion. Another book on the same subject. There's also some material that's been made publicly available as late as 2020 from Professor Pam Sharp from Tasmania, who researching in the Irish National Records, where she found the diary of a soldier named Private McNally with an entry for 1827, which reads as follows. A man of the name of Shaw came to me with information that he had killed 6 of the natives, 2 of which was woman. I advised him to say no more about it, but to keep it as a secret, as he would be called to account before a justice. He took me to the place where I saw him make a bonfire of these bodies. that type of record is that something that's unusual in the records that you find for early colonial settlements? You're shaking your head, Dr. Pascoe.
That's a common scenario.
So you're saying the common scenario is one in which a soldier, so an officer of the state, Private McNally, becomes aware and complicit in the hiding of evidence of Aboriginal deaths.
Yes, that's right.
And you say that's common?
Yes, I say that's common, both in terms of the code of silence, where the settlers were doing this without government collaboration, or with government, a combined group of settlers and government forces, or whether it's just government forces, that they commit these massacres and then attempt to cover them up.
So, both the books I referred you to make the case, relying largely on Colonel George Arthur's letters, the Lieutenant Governor of the colony, the settlements, that the extermination or the extirpation, which were the words in favour at the time, of Aboriginal people from Van Diemen's Land was highly orchestrated and deliberately hidden. In your knowledge of what occurred in Tasmania, is that an appropriate or apt description?
Yes, it is, especially in terms of the so-called Black Line, where the government issued an order, Government Order Number 10, I think it's called, where they requested, because of the shortages of men and of colonists, they requested settlers to participate in an attempt to surround all Aboriginal people in the southeast of the colony and herd them into a small peninsula, killing them on the way. That wasn't entirely successful, but massacres occurred consistently after that.
And is it your understanding, Dr. Pascoe, that these killings occurred with some degree of government knowledge? Are you able to say that?
Yeah, well, Government Order Number 10 came from the government, and it was a request for the settlers to help them form the Black Line.
And so both books make the case that the actions of the government with respect to Van Diemen's Land were acts which would be now regarded as acts of genocide in breach of the Genocide Convention. Are you aware of those claims about the nature and character of government acts against Aboriginal people in Tasmania?
I'm aware of those claims generally. I'm not aware of those two particular books, but according to those criteria, yes, they're acts of genocide.
Particularly in the description, and I'm not asking you to give a legal opinion here.
Yes, I'm not a lawyer.
But in the description of genocide set out in Article 2, there are acts that can be. Are you saying that there are acts that can be understood to have been committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, the Aboriginal people?
Yes. Yeah.
Could I add something to that?
Certainly.
The lawyer Raphael Lemkin, who came up with the definition of genocide, actually used Tasmania as an example in his thinking, what happened in Tasmania.
So that definition came up in the period shortly before the Convention on Genocide. It was a newly created term by Mr. Lemkin.
Correct, yeah.
And whilst the term didn't exist, the treatment of civilians in that manner was understood at that time to be against international law. And is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. It was part of the post-war attempt to, I guess, reckon with the Holocaust. And Lemkin was very aware that this was not the first time this kind of attempt to eradicate a particular group had taken place.
Could I just ask a question about the date of that definition? And
I believe it was 1944, but I could be wrong. Probably need to check that. No, that can't be right.
We might put that to the witnesses again after the lunch break, but it's a definition that arose at or about the time that the Convention on Genocide was adopted in the UN, which is understood to be 1942 or 1944. And I note that that Professor Ellinghausen and Professor Broom were both nodding their head as I said that. I'll come back to the situation in Tasmania a little bit later. While this was all going on in Tasmania and the land was being released and people were taking leases and allocations of grants, there was for some period of time very little action in terms of contact with Aboriginal people on mainland Victoria. Is that correct? You agree with that?
Yes, only a small number of sealers, bark cutters and others made occasional visits to the southern coast, and it was illegal to do so because, as I said earlier, the government in New South Wales had tried to limit settlement and there were boundaries beyond which you could not go, and they were about 150 miles from Sydney.
And just again, could you describe the reasons as you understand them for the limitations on movement?
It was about controlling settlement. Those who were attempting to go beyond the bounds were seen as lawbreakers by the government. They would have been encroaching on so-called Crown land without payment and using resources without payment to government. So the government tried to prevent that.
And really, the next incursion that we see across country is the 1824 expedition from Hume and Hovell, from Lake George through to Port Phillip Bay. They don't stay though. It's a drive-by, if I can put it that way. Now, after that, the first then real intrusion into mainland, the mainland Victoria, what was to become Victoria, was in 1834 with the Henty brothers' arrival in Portland. You agree with that summary? The Henty brothers are known to the commissions as a result of some of the evidence that was given yesterday in Portland. But is it possible for someone to give just a potted version of the Henty brothers' background?
I could. They were sort of middle-ranking farmers in southern England, and they made the decision to emigrate to Australia because they, with a growing family, said that their fortune could not accommodate all the children. So to better their position, they decided to pull up stakes and emigrate to Australia. They went to Western Australia first because the land grant system was still operating. But then one of them decided to move and attempt settlement at Portland. And so it was land hunger that drove them, and it was the desire to better the situation of their family because they saw opportunities were limited for them in England.
And do you know whether they sought to obtain a land grant in Van Diemen's land at all?
I'm just trying to rack my memory. I know they tried to. I think they just missed out on the system closing down, giving land grants, because land in Tasmania had basically been all taken up. All the pastoral land was occupied by people who got there first, Europeans, and so they were looking to further afield. But there were other people in Tasmania who could see that the economy was stalling, and they were looking for other opportunities as well.
So the Henty brothers then went to Portland, and that's known through the historical records, particularly of the family. Do you know or does any of the panelists know who the traditional owners, the First Nation, was at that part of Victoria? I asked whether the panel are aware of whether the Gunditjmara had at that time what we would understand as ownership of the lands and waters and the soil and all of the landscape. I can see Dr. Pascoe and Professor Broom nodding their heads, as with the rest of the panelists. It sounds like a strange question, but I'm just seeking to establish that from you, that it's your understanding that that country was already owned by the time that the Henties arrived there in 1834.
Yes.
You're all in agreement by the Gunditjmara people?
Do you know what drew the Henties particularly to Portland?
Well, I think whalers had been there, and they were operating on knowledge, as was the later settlement of Melbourne, operating on knowledge of those who'd made occasional visits to the coast.
So, if I might ask the operator to put up document 3. Which is a map showing the early occupation of Portland Bay, and on that map, I don't know if the commissioners can see it, but on that map you can see above the word north, in the centre of the diagram, are the words convincing ground, and I understand that the commissioners went there yesterday. And then to the left of the convincing ground, you can see the reference to the Henties station, whaling station. You could see the names of other people, references to whaling stations and landings, and up in the top right, the Wreck Julia, I think it's dated 1863. Are you familiar with that diagram? Any of the panelists? No.
I'm familiar with the convincing ground and the
Well,
history of it.
If I suggest to you that that shows a the circumstance where there was a existing whaling community on the living very close to the shores of Portland Bay, and an access point for the Henty family. You would agree with that summary?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the commissioners heard yesterday of the convincing ground massacres, of massacre, and visited the site. You agree with me that the site itself and the story attached to that site is significant as the first recorded massacre site in Victoria?
Yes.
Yes. And it's also significant, I'd suggest to you, in that there are living descendants of the survivors of that massacre who are able to retell the story. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You've as historians, you've heard that there have been attempts in the past to cast the story in a different light, to say that the convincing ground had a different meaning to the one that's given to it by the murdering people. Yes. Do you, as historians, do you have any doubt as to the correctness of the story that the massacre site was given the name the convincing ground by reason of its intention that the site be a warning to Aboriginal people not to fight or engage with the whalers that were there? And after the Henty brothers arrived in 1834, are you aware of whether they brought, of what they brought with them, or what they set up in the time that followed? Are any of you able to comment on that?
Well, I think they just started settlement. I'm not exactly sure whether they brought prefabricated houses as some settlers did, but they started to, I think, look to moving away from whaling and doing wider work on the land in sheep.
And so, you're aware, some of you may be aware that in 1836, Thomas Mitchell, as the Surveyor General, travelled to Portland cross country, and made some comment in relation to the broad open pastures that he saw, or what he called broad open pastures, and gave the area a particular name.
Yeah, well, he on his travels through southern New South Wales and northern Victoria, he was astonished at the pasture land which had been created by Aboriginal fire stick farming, as we now know, and he called it Australia Felix, Australia the happy Southland. But was astonished when he got to Portland because he didn't know there was a settlement there. In fact, in the British terms, it was illegal.
Yes.
In the British terms, it would have been a legal settlement because no one was supposed to be on the southern coast.
That there hadn't been any proclamation opening that part of the country for any settlement. And
no.
So the process of creating the settlements in Tasmania, in Van Diemen's Land, allowed then the grant of country to settlers or former convicts, and that hadn't yet occurred on the south coast of the mainland in any place.
Not at that time.
And so with Sir Thomas, now known as Sir Thomas Mitchell's observation that of this great vast area of pastoral land, and they're calling it Australia Felix. Did that have any consequences with respect to the settlers and?
Well, certainly because his account was later published not too long afterwards, and so it told settlers of the prospects of good land. And by then, the pastoral industry had started to push out beyond the boundaries, beyond the limits of legal settlement. They were known as squatters. They were illegal in terms of the government, and their pressure pushing outwards and Mitchell and other accounts fueled that, meant that the government really had to do something and brought in leases for pastoral properties in 1836.
Can I just ask, there was a law around the limits of location. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. Yes.
Could you just explain that a bit more for me?
Well, I mean, the British government was into orderly progress, and so they didn't want the settlement getting out of hand in terms of its extent. They couldn't police it. They couldn't govern it properly. And so they made this declaration that you couldn't go beyond the boundaries set in 1829, which were about 150 miles from Sydney. But of course, the economic pressure, wool had become a viable staple in the 1820s, so people saw they could make money from running sheep on country, and so the land around Sydney was occupied, so they wanted to push out. And this was the pressure. The government, in the end, had to, that was a fait accompli. They couldn't do anything about that. And so they thought, well, we've got to get some, if we're going to have to police this area, we're going to have to pay for it. So we're going to make these squatters pay a £10 license for as much as they could hold, which might be 5,000 or 10,000 acres.
Thank you for explaining that. Yeah.
I would add about the squatters that from the squatters' point of view, they were keen to point out to the government that they were the ones generating the fabulous wealth of the colony, and that they were doing the hard work of expanding the frontier from their perspective.
So if they took over this land and there was no legal, in British terms, rights, or they were disobeying the law. So if we go back to what Mr. McAvoy said before about the letters, that would be documenting what happened on that land. Am I correct? In letters like, for instance, massacres or taking over the land, there'd be the killing of our people to be able to take that land, and it would all be illegal. The whole, I mean, it's all illegal, but let's be real. But
yeah, illegal, a kind of open secret, I suppose. Is it?
Once they brought in a leasehold system, they created Crown Land Commissioners to police the leaseholds, to make sure people were paying their £10, and that if they were having border disputes with other squatters, they would come in and settle the matter on the spot.
So they had this. Sorry, they had this limitation you could go to, but they couldn't police it. So then they gained money off it. Is that? Well,
once the settlers, the squatters pushed out beyond the boundaries, yes, they couldn't stop it. So they thought, well, we'll have leases and we can try and police it through Crown Land Commissioners. Well, from 1836, when they put the leaseholds in place, then the government was trying to enforce those leaseholds to get a return. So there was an enormous battle going on, because the squatters were exerting economic pressure, and the governors, and Governor Gibbs in particular, had incredible fights in the 1840s in the Legislative Council, where there was a squatter lobby wanting longer leaseholds, wanting control of the land, and the governor trying to contain that because he wanted to keep land for the future as well. He didn't want to close it all off in the 1840s.
Arrived in 1834.
Yes. Commissioners, Chair, I think it's a convenient point at which to take the lunch break. And we have gone over past 1:15 a little. Is it possible that we still return at 2 p.m.? And at that time, Commissioners, just for your indication, it's proposed to take the witnesses to the Batman Treaty and matters relating to that treaty and the consequences of that action. Are you happy to break for lunch now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Until 2 o'clock. Thank you, Council. Apologies for the slight delay.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that the documents that have been referred to and the documents shown on the screen will be tendered later in the week as a bundle in respect of that should gather in all of the documents that are referred to this week. We will propose to do it as a tender at the end of the week. As I indicated,
No, Council, could I just make people aware that the ABC is in the room doing some filming for a very short time. So just people aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As I indicated before the lunch break, I propose to ask the witnesses some questions now about the document which is referred to as the Batman Treaty. You're all familiar with the Batman Treaty?
Yes.
You might be aware that in January 1827, John Batman and Joseph Gellibrand applied for a grant of land at Port Phillip, which of course at that time was part of the colony of New South Wales, and that application was refused. From your view and taking into account the things that you've said earlier today, does that tell us anything about the views or intentions of the colonial government in New South Wales, in Port Jackson, regarding settlement in Victoria, the fact that they were refused their lease or grant?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, government in Sydney was trying to confine settlement to control it, and they didn't want anything happening on the southern coast of Australia. And so that's the reason why I think Batman's attempt to get land was refused in 1827.
The application for a grant of land by Batman and Gellibrand at the time indicates that at least they thought the land around Port Phillip was valuable. That's a fair assumption. Would you agree? And it's the type of lands that similar in type to the land that Sir Thomas Mitchell had observed when he gave the southern part of Australia the name Australia Felix. Yes.
Correct.
Now, is it correct to your understanding that that in 1832, at least, there were Tasmanian pastoralists who already had granted lands in the Tasmanian settlements, who were looking to move to or open up other operations in Victoria by way of a settlement there? You're nodding your head.
Yes, there was a number of businessmen and farmers in Tasmania who had their eye on the south coast of Victoria, and they got together eventually in June 1835 and established something called the Port Phillip Association with the intention of coming to Port Phillip and finding good farming country.
And was the association simply a group of farmers, or did they do more than that?
They were businessmen, they were colonists. John Batman, whose name ends up on the treaty, was also an entrepreneur, a grazier, an explorer. He also was involved in the violence that had happened in Tasmania. He led an attack on Palawa people. His party had killed an estimated 15 people and captured some, including keeping a 2-year-old boy.
So it appears that not only by 1835 that not only were the Henty brothers trying to push into the land north of Portland, but also there was another group of pastoralists who were trying to acquire land in the Port Phillip area.
That's correct.
And the resistance, as Professor Broome has told us, is that the colonial government were concerned at their ability to control these areas once they opened them up. That's understood to be the case, and so it was entirely to acquire resources or pastoral land that they were seeking to open up. There wasn't any greater purpose or objective.
That's the reason behind it.
It was entirely an economic commercial venture. And now, the advocates of this opening up of country, did any of you observe that they had particular regard for the Aboriginal owners and occupiers of the land?
I think they made the case that they wanted, I think that they understood that the world was watching what was happening in Tasmania, and that the colonial government was very concerned about the violence happening there. And I think that they were clever enough to realise that they needed to at least appear that way. I wouldn't know whether that was actually what was in their minds, and I suspect that it wasn't, but they certainly made noises about treating with Aboriginal people with being more humanitarian about the way in which country was taken.
Are you aware of any inquiry being conducted in the UK Parliament about this time in relation to Aboriginal peoples in the British Empire?
Yes, that exactly what you just said was happening. A select committee in London was investigating what was happening in many of Britain's colonies, really coming from the perspective that there was too much violence, and there was a big humanitarian push and a movement to rein in what was happening in British colonies. And they were taking evidence from what was happening in Australia as well as in many other places in the world.
Thank you. I'll come back to the UK Parliament Select Committee report in a moment, but is it the case that Batman represented the Port Phillip Association to travel to the Bellarine Peninsula?
Yes, that's correct.
What year was that, do you think?
I believe that was 1835. In May, they sailed across the Bass Strait and landed in Indented Head on the Bellarine Peninsula.
Is there anything we know about what Batman had intended to do?
I'm not sure if we know about his intentions, but we do know what he did when he got there.
And what did he do when he got there?
They travelled around the area around Port Phillip Bay, and then during that time they met with people from the Kulin Nations a number of times, and when they did so, they gave them gifts of things like blankets, handkerchiefs, sugar and apples and other items, and also received gifts in exchange, things like baskets and spears.
And what were those gifts and items being exchanged for?
Well, at that point, I'm not sure what their intentions were, but I'm guessing it was in order to create some kind of exchange. Perhaps also the Kulin people were bringing Batman and his party into their own ways of doing things.
But if I suggest to you that on the 6th of June, Batman met with some Kulin elders and signed two deeds on the banks of the Yarra River.
Yes, it's disputed where it took place, but that's correct, yeah.
Is it known whether Batman wrote those agreements on the spot or he brought them with him?
I'm not sure. Richard, do you know that one?
I think that they were brought with him. So the intention was to purchase land and therefore to make it seem like a legal transaction in the eyes of the British, and particularly in the eyes of the evangelicals, as Kate Ellinghouse has said. They were playing to the evangelical lobby to show that they were good colonists. They were willing to purchase land, and I think that the Select Committee had said that that Aboriginal people were traditional owners of land.
And so, are you aware of the size of the land that was purported to have been acquired through those deeds?
Well, it was supposed to stretch from Melbourne to Geelong.
I suggest to you that one of the deeds related to 500,000 acres of Melbourne. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
And the other one, the Geelong deed, related to over 100,000 acres of land around Geelong in Indented Head. That
That's correct.
Recognise those figures. So So the fact that he came with the, or you recall that he came with the deeds indicates that he came there with the intention of entering those agreements. The fact that he entered agreements with the Aboriginal people of those places, the Kulin elders, is some form of recognition of ownership of those lands.
Yes, correct. Yep.
The value or the consideration paid for those lands amounts to a very small amount of blankets and axes and a number of other consumable items. It doesn't appear that that the value exists in the items that were said to be traded for the title to those lands. So if I can put it that way, do you agree?
Well, Aboriginal people didn't have monetary value on things. So I don't think you can make that direct connection. But certainly in our views, it doesn't seem a particularly good bargain.
The other issue that might arise from that is whether in a society that doesn't believe in their capacity to alienate lands in any event, what Batman and the deed might have indicated he was acquiring, it may not have been what is the same thing that the Kulin elders were intending to give. Would you agree with that?
There's some people believe that what the Kulin elders were doing was some kind of Tanderum ceremony, which allowed Batman and his party passage across the land rather than giving the land away. Did you want to say something?
Kind of like along the same, that's our cultural way. You welcome people onto your land and then you do an exchange. So what was being exchanged there were different, ideologies and kind of thoughts happening there. And I'm not sure culturally what was happening there could have happened by law, in Aboriginal law.
Aboriginal law. Thank you. Do you have any information on which you can offer any thoughts as to what Batman was, why Batman thought it might be important to sign a treaty with the Kulin Nation?
I think he was trying to play a game to force the colonial government into opening up that land. I think that he was pulling on the kind of international custom of treaties that he would have known about that took place in other places like New Zealand and United States of America to create a legal document to force the government's hand.
I think adding to that was he was very well aware that the government in Britain at the time was run by an evangelical lobby group that had been important in the ending of slavery in the British Empire. So they were very sympathetic to the rights of Indigenous peoples. And so by posturing as a land agreement, then he was hoping that might even stick and he might be able to keep this land.
So, as a result of the entry into that agreement, what did the New South Wales colonial, the governor do?
So they actually thought about it for a few months and discussed it with the colonial government in the UK, but eventually Governor Richard Bourke declared the treaty null and void in August 1835. He declared that the settlement that Batman had undertaken on the lands that will become Victoria was illegal. He called the men trespassers, and they said that they should be dealt with as if they were intruders on vacant lands of the Crown.
And that declaration by the Governor Bourke in 1835, did it say anything with respect to the lands in the colony, the whole of the colony outside of the settled areas?
So basically they treated the lands outside the settled area as part of New South Wales. It upheld the doctrine of terra nullius in saying that Aboriginal people had no ownership over those lands.
The longer term consequence of that declaration for Aboriginal people all over the Eastern Australia, but particularly in Victoria, was what? Can you say?
I guess it was a reaffirmation of the Crown's claim over the whole of the land, and that Aboriginal people had no rights to land. And I mean, I think it's important to note that despite the nefarious objectives of the Port Phillip Association, they are still to this day the only group offering land to Aboriginal, offering a treaty to Aboriginal people. And actually, this was quite valued at times by Aboriginal people. I remember Sir Doug Nicholls in the 1940s, they held annual commemorations of the Batman Treaty and saying that we want this honoured. So it's got this ironic twist to it.
If it had been honoured, then it would have acknowledged that Aboriginal people had the right to dispose of the land, and that thus that they had ownership of the land.
Do you have, as historians, any difficulty with the Burke Proclamation of ownership of the whole of the Eastern Australia, as it, or the Australia as it then was, by way of proclamation?
Well, it was a big claim, wasn't it? Because a lot of the land was still unoccupied at that time. But it, I suppose, was in the logic of Cook's Act of Possession in 1770, which had claimed the whole of the East Coast. So it was true to that earlier declaration.
Now, I just want to ask you some questions about what might be referred to as colonist or settler and First Nations relationships. Professor Broom, you, in your book, Aboriginal Victorians, you devote some of, I think, chapter 4 to this particular study in terms of the nuanced relationships that existed, are known to exist from the records. Are you able to just expand on that for the commissioners, please?
Well, I think chapter 4 from my memory was talking about how pastoralists and squatters interacted with Aboriginal people that they found on the pastoral runs that they'd established. And there's a great mixture of relations, as we would expect in all human interactions. Aboriginal people often showed them country, bits of country, helped them establish their stations by cutting bark, helping them get sheep across rivers, etc., and then performed work for pastoralists on the station in exchange for tea and tobacco, and perhaps also some mutton and sheep. So there were, and of course the squatters wanted to create good relations at first because they were isolated themselves. Pastoral runs, you were 5 or 10 miles from your nearest neighbour, you might have 2 or 3 workers. So there were small groups of men trying to occupy large amounts of country that wasn't theirs. And of course, as we might discuss later, they had particular views of Aboriginal people that created their fear. Sometimes there was good relations when there were families and when there were children present. There were quite human interactions going. I remember in one instance, as a squatter shaved himself in the open, and Aboriginal men were quite intrigued, and he shaved one of them. So there were these sorts of human interactions going on. But of course, some others, especially as the frontier developed and the struggle over land between two groups, who both thought they had absolute rights to the land. The squatters thought it was there because they had a license from the government. Aboriginal people, it was theirs through perpetuity. Then tensions started to arise, and some men were harder than the others in the way they interacted. There's always a spectrum of people willing, some not willing to enact violence, and other people willing to do so to defend what they thought was theirs. And of course, at this time, I think until about sometime in the 1820s, to take a sheep was a capital offence in England. So this is the framework. They were defending property. They thought they had the right to be there. And on the other side, Aboriginal people were defending the land that was their birthright in that sense.
Thank you. Now, in the period following the Batman Treaty and the Burke Declaration, if I can use that shorthand, there was an opening up of the Port Phillip settlement and Portland as well. That's correct. And in Chapter 5 of your book, which you titled "Dangerous Frontiers," you write of trouble that occurred in Geelong in 1836, the Ovens and Goulburn River in 1838, the Western Districts in 1839, the Gippsland area in 1840, and the Murray Valley and the Wimmera Mallee from 1842. And if we were to map those places, we would see that's the frontier of the settlement opening up, and where the conflict is occurring with the Aboriginal owners of the land. Is that correct?
It is correct. And it was probably the swiftest expansion within the British Empire of any occupation of land, because of the nature of the countryside that had been created by fire stick farming. It was perfect sheep country, and the expansion, particularly in central Victoria, was rapid. The Mallee and the Gippsland took longer, of course. But central Victoria probably was under sheep within 5 to 7 years of first settlement.
And you might have heard the chair's opening comments about from Kerr to the effect that never have a body of men become rich so quickly as those who took up land in Victoria. And that's the same process that you're speaking of in terms of the taking up of land.
Yes, there were ups and downs. There was a depression in 1842-43 where sheep were worth nothing and were boiled down for soap. But generally, money was to be made in pastoral work in the 1830-1840s period.
I might at this point, Commissioners, ask Dr. Pascoe if he might deliver his presentation in relation to the massacres and the work of the University of Newcastle and the University of La Trobe University in relation to the massacre matter. If we can see operator document 4, which is a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, will I have control of that, or how does that work? Going to the next slide and so on.
Yes, if you can just ask the operators to move it to the next slide.
Okay. That's not it.
Document 4. Document 5, sorry. Document 5. Apologies. This is your a presentation which has been prepared by you, Dr. Pascoe.
Yes, that's right.
And it's been prepared from the study and research that you've done, particularly with Dr. Lyndall Ryan.
Yep.
And it has resulted in a fairly public massacre map that's available online.
That's right.
If we could go to the next slide. Not the next document, the next slide in this PowerPoint, please. Dr. Pascoe, the page that's showing at the moment is your acknowledgements. Do you wish
That's
to
right.
make them orally?
Yeah, we have already been through the acknowledgements at the beginning, so I just wanted to acknowledge Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung, and the Kulin Nation, whose lands and waters we're on today. Most of this work was done in Awabakal and Worimi country, and I grew up in Yoorrook country with some, and my great grandmother's Kabi Kabi, probably.
Please.
Okay, so firstly, a warning. So I'm going to talk about extreme cases of historical violence, but I will try to avoid any graphic details. And that's why we're here. So I'll just be very straightforward about what we're discussing. So firstly, a bit of background about the project. It is a project led by Professor Lyndall Ryan, starting in 2014 with a ARC grant. It's been a collaborative work of many historians and other workers such as myself. And more recently, it's been a volunteer effort to try and finish the work, and we do hope to be concluding the project in the coming months.
Slide, please.
Okay, and again, we can probably move on fairly quickly here because, yep. Okay, so yes, project has involved consultation and collaboration in various forms. That includes Professor Ryan's lifetime of experience and her contacts, sessions held at Wallatuka at the University of Newcastle, meetings with IATSIS, Indigenous advisors and Indigenous staff, visits to community, speaking at conferences, ordinary conversations with people, and through the online feedback form that's available on the website. Yes, okay, so this is the online map of massacres across the whole of the country. The project was to create a database and map of known massacres of 6 or more people across the whole of Australia, starting with the first one in Hawkesbury in 1794 and the last one, ending with the last one at Coniston in 1928. So we only have on this map massacres for which there is documented evidence, but it does include oral histories of Indigenous people, but only where they've appeared in print. Considering the code of silence around massacres, it's reasonable to think that there are many more massacres occurred than this, and certainly many more killings of less than 6 people on the frontier. These locations shouldn't be regarded as precise or exact for a few reasons. One of them is that historical records are often pretty vague about where they occurred. They might say it was 3 miles ride north of the river or something like that. And another reason is that massacres aren't, well, sometimes they are, but sometimes they aren't confined to a very specific spot. People might be camped in a very spread out manner, and there might be a pursuit involved from say, the campsite to the reeds or up the creek. In one case, there was a pursuit over about 30 kilometres, I think. And the other reason is that in a few cases, the exact location has been purposefully obscured to prevent desecration of the site. So some of the findings, I think if we go to the next slide. Okay. So there were around 426 known massacres across the country, in which at least 11,206 men, women and children were killed. Those are conservative estimates. If we think, if the historians estimate perhaps 20 to 30 people were killed, we will use the number 20. And this is over a period of 134 years. In that whole period of 134 years, there were only 29 years in which no known massacre occurred. There was a period of 74 years from 1823 to 1897 in which there's only 2 years where a massacre didn't occur that we know of. So that's massacres occurring consistently across that whole period. 51% of massacres in Australia involved agents of the state, by which we mean government employees or people acting on behalf of the government, such as police, government surveyors, and so on. The 1840s were the most intense decade of massacres, and much of this occurred in Victoria, where massacres occurred from 1834 to 1854. So if you look at this graph, you can see that, well, on the left is the total number of massacres, and on the right is the number of victims in massacres. The blue section is those occurring in Victoria. So you can see the 1840s, that's the tallest bar. And the largest area making up that bar is Victoria. In Victoria, there were 49 known massacres in which 1,045 people were killed. These are some of the statistics on the screen there. Though that doesn't include some that happened on the Murray, which would affect people at the Mallee Millwar, because they're just across the border in New South Wales. One of the massacres in Victoria was a massacre of colonists in which 8 colonists were killed. And out of these massacres in Victoria, 16%, or 8 of them, involved agents of the state, mainly the native police.
Let's just interrupt there for a second. So is that figure's lower than the national average?
Yep.
And it indicates that there was a high degree of action by non-state parties, obviously.
Yes, it does. And I think some of the events that happened in Victoria in around 1838 kind of changed the way massacres were carried out for the rest of the history. But I'll get to that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Explained by some circumstance.
It seems to be the general pattern of frontier expansion that the government, we were talking about the difference between squatting and what the government actually has under control, that the government will have the first area of settlement under control, such as Sydney. And beyond that, they declared the limits of location. And then in Victoria, the first areas of settlement, such as like around Melbourne, came under government control in the sense that they had police there who could monitor what people were doing, and determine who owned which parcel of land and that sort of thing. And then it's very hard to pinpoint where the frontier is and when it was in Australia, because it's so much happens in such a spread out way, and often it's roads and waterholes that are important. It's not like they just decide to enclose an area and that's suddenly within the frontier. The frontier isn't a very sharp line. It's more like a broad area. And the way I would define that broad area is between the first contact of Europeans, such as through exploration, and the time at which government gains control. And between that time, it's the frontier with squatting, Aboriginal resistance, and so on. So by the end of the 1850s, I suppose, you might say that the government had gained control of Victoria, in the sense that they could monitor and control who was where, who owned what piece of land. They could control Indigenous insurgents. It doesn't mean that resistance stopped or that conflict stopped. It just means the government at least considered itself able to police it.
On that, what was the population drop between that time, do you think?
To be honest, I'm really not sure. Population estimates are quite controversial and they vary widely. I kind of leave that debate to other people, but it is part of the project I'm working on now on historical frontier violence at Melbourne University to revise population estimates for Australia. And that's being done by Boyd, but we don't have the results of that yet.
The point I was getting to is that Commissioner North is one of the reasons why massacres reduced was because a lot of people were already dead by this time.
Well, yes, that's probably fair to say. Yeah,
dead.
Yeah. Many had been killed, and so what follows after that is that.
Just if I might interrupt for a second, are any of the other historians able to help on that?
Well, I think I gave evidence earlier that we think the population at 1835 was 10, possibly 15,000, but we certainly know, because the government was able to count the population by the 1850s, that it was under 2,000. And I guess the general answer to the question that Commissioner North asked was, the settlers might say the country was settled down. And I think that's what you were saying, that there's government control, resistance has been squashed, and settler violence has also been squashed. Would that be a good way of putting it? The country was settled down.
Oh.
Maybe not the right word.
It was settled down.
But I might just add, Commissioner Walter, that there is evidence that we hopefully will come to from the 1857-1858 Legislative Council Select Committee inquiry, which has reference to the figures that Professor Broom has just mentioned of approximately 2,000. That was the estimate at that time. So we have a reasonable estimate. And if you might continue, please, Dr. Pascoe.
And also the movements of Aboriginal people could be controlled. They could be moved forcibly to missions and so on. Yes. Okay, so the next slide, please. Oh, sorry, this is just a list of the 8 massacres in Victoria that involved people acting on behalf of the government, 1 by the mounted police, 6 by the native police, and 1 by a government surveyor. So the next slide.
Can I just another one? It's sort of, I guess often when they talk about frontier violence, there is the idea that somehow it was both sides were violent.
Mm-hmm.
But by this reckoning here, and we know that any massacres of colonists would most definitely be known, 98% of the victims of massacres in Victoria were First Peoples.
I didn't calculate that statistic, but it makes sense.
39
Yes,
and 1.
that's-
So
Exactly. Yeah, it's very disproportionate.
And before we leave this slide, Dr. Pascoe, there's the first event is said to have been carried out by the mounted police as opposed to the next 6, which are said to be native police. Is there a distinction intended by that reference?
Yes, I'm just wondering if perhaps I get to that later. Oh, no, all right, we'll talk about it now. So, yeah, the role of the police in this is quite important. The police force in New South Wales, Victoria was part of New South Wales, the colony of New South Wales at the time, was established, I think it was the 1820s. And at the time, there were 2 models for the police to be based on. One was the London Bobbies, who were working with a friendly civilian population, and their role is to protect the civilians from incidents of crime in an urban context. The other model for the police was the Irish Mounted Police, and their role was to suppress a hostile population that was largely rural. So in Australia, the main concerns of the government, or the main risks that they saw at the time, were convict insurrection, bushranging, and both of those involved Irish politics, and Indigenous insurgents. And obviously it's not an urban population. So clearly the model they were following was the Irish Mounted Police, designed to suppress. So there's that to bear in mind. Now, when the Faithful Massacre, that's the massacre of colonists, happened, there was that was part of a kind of mass insurrection across the whole of Southeast Australia of Indigenous people. And colonists described it at the time, and thanks to Ray Kirkhope for pointing a certain article out to me about this. There's a colonist trying to put down for the country's history a record of the fact that there was an Indigenous insurgence at this time. And the Faithful Massacre was one of the incidents that sparked a response from the government. Squatters petitioned the government to step in and do something to protect them because they were British subjects, and threatened that if the government wouldn't do something, they would form a militia, basically, and take matters into their own hands. If the government wouldn't declare war, then they would do it themselves. At the time, as was discussed earlier, the government in Britain was a reformist government, committed to humanitarian causes like ending slavery and so on. So the British government told Gipps that he was not allowed to declare war on Aboriginal people because they were British subjects, according to the British. And that instead he should police the violence and stop Aboriginal people and settlers from killing each other. Those were the instructions from the British government. So Gipps found himself in a difficult situation with squatters and the harsh realities of the Australian frontier on the one hand, and commands issued from the other side of the world that didn't really appreciate what was happening here. So his solution to this was to increase the police force and establish more police bases on the overland route between Sydney and Port Phillip. And those police were recruited direct from active military or retired military. So this is a kind of beginning as well of another aspect of the Code of Silence, where they're called police, but in fact they're military personnel in this first instance. And they their role is to protect people on the frontier, basically beyond the limits of settlement.
No, I've just interrupt there. You say to protect people. Is it correct to say that it protects some people rather than people generally?
Well, yeah, I'll go back to a sort of a point I should have made earlier, which is in Australian history, you should always bear in mind the difference between de jure and de facto, which I'm sure you understand. But that's basically the difference between what is written down or declared, for example, by the government, and what is in fact reality, what is the true case of what's happening. And the obvious example is from the very beginning is Britain declared Australia to be governed by Britain, the whole continent, but in fact there was only a tiny amount of people in Sydney. So they're not really governing the whole of Australia. And that's important for the limits of location and so on. In reality, they're not governing anywhere beyond the limits of location. So similarly with the police, on paper, they exist to protect everybody from violence. But in reality, what happens is that they massacre Aboriginal people. And
so sorry for interrupting. Are there any, this may sound like a strange question, but are there any recorded instances of the police massacring non-Aboriginal people?
The Eureka Stockade, I think. I don't know how many people died in the Eureka Stockade. You don't have to know.
Not too many.
Yeah, okay. So that may be a rare, exceptional case, but also related to the Britain's fear of political insurrection. Again, it's a colonial issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Are we able to move on?
Yep. Okay, so yeah, so there's that difference. So it seems to me that what Gibbs's solution to this dilemma was to establish a de jure police force and a de facto military force. And I think the motivation behind this was to control violence. Now, at the same time, the British were afraid of another American Revolution. They did not want the squatters to organize and arm themselves as a military force. So I think what was happening is that under the Gibbs government, the government was taking control of the killing. They're saying, don't let the squatters kill people. We will be the ones doing the killing. And so these massacres occur. And there's plenty of letters and newspaper articles of squatters complaining that the government is doing nothing. Please send the native police. And the native police had a reputation for resolving the situation once and for all.
By that you mean by how would they resolve it?
Killing people.
Are we able to, is there anything else on this page that you wish to draw the Commissioner's attention to?
We've discussed the limits of location. That was Governor Gibbs' dilemma. There is a textbook called Small Wars. Now, the translation of guerrilla means small war. That's where the word guerrilla comes from wars in Spain. And it's the frontier wars in Australia are often referred to as guerrilla wars. They were carried out in a guerrilla style by both sides. Now, there's a book called Small Wars by Caldwell, published in 1896, which is some time after this, but it was based on Britain's colonial experience for the previous 100 years throughout the 1800s. Now, if you're familiar with the massacres, there's almost every page rings true, even though he never mentions Australia. All the strategies that they have there sound like what happened in Australia. And in particular, one of the strategies there is to purposefully attack villages and to kill women and children in order to provoke the fighting men who normally have the advantage of stealth and hiding in the country that they know well into an open confrontation in which they commit all their men in, and so that they can all be killed in that confrontation, and the resistance and insurrection ended. So not specifically about Australia, but the tactics and strategies described there sound very familiar. And in terms of one more point in terms of government culpability, again, perhaps you should not just look at what government policy was and that sort of thing, but vested interests of people in Parliament or in the colonial government, whether they had private ownership or were profiting also from squatting or any of this killing happening on lands that they might have owned, or they may have been shareholders in companies. And the example I'm thinking of, which is not Victoria but New South Wales, is the Australian Agricultural Company, which is a company that still exists today, where parliamentarians in Britain granted massive amounts of land in New South Wales to the Australian Agricultural Company, whilst also being themselves shareholders in that company.
Yeah. Are there more slides?
Yes. So the next slide. Yeah. How are we with the time?
If we can just briefly cover this, I'd be grateful.
Move quickly. Yep. Okay. I just thought I'd point out a few things that kind of escalate to war in a typical frontier encounter. Obviously, the occupation and exploitation of resources, the destruction of lands and waters that people depend on for food. Sexual violence is a common story. Violation of sacred sites, and we already discussed the draconian British laws. When settlers said, do something or we will have to take the law into our own hands, the law in Britain in the early 1800s said that, well, the punishment for stock theft, which was a common resistance strategy, was death. So what they meant by taking the law into their own hands was to kill people. So the next slide. Various forms of Indigenous resistance, economic warfare. They knew that the reason settlers were there was because of their sheep and other livestock, so they regularly attacked those, stealing thousands at a time, sometimes. Targeted killings of particular individuals who'd broken their laws or were causing too much trouble. Strategic use of lands and waters, which you would have heard about in Budge Bin. Some of their hideouts, I guess, were in very rocky countries because they knew horses couldn't go there. They were coordinating strategic actions across great distances. They had spies employed by colonists, and they had various tactical advantages like knowing the country and how to get food and so on. So next slide. This is just focusing in on what happened in Victoria. Pattern of warfare in Victoria starts with the Convincing Ground massacre in near Port Fairy in Gunditjmara country. But mainly there is the way it progresses is on the overland route from Sydney to Melbourne, going through Yoorrook, Tarongerong and Wurundjeri Kulin Nation country. And that's where the Faithful Massacre occurred. Then it progresses to the west with the Yumaralla Wars, and following that, the Gippsland Wars and the Murray River. So next slide. I've already discussed that, so we can go to the next slide. Okay, this is just to point out that people could coordinate resistance across very large areas. These are some of the main journeyways, strong lines or trade routes in traditional society in the southeast of Australia. So the point is that at that time in the 1840s, the insurgence was happening all at once from just north of Brisbane, all the way down to Gunditjmurra country. And that indicates that, I mean, they weren't, coordinating specific actions probably across that vast area, but it's certainly quite possible that people would have known that this was the time that everyone was to rise up. Next slide. We don't really have time for this, but this was just to go into some of the detail of specifically the South Road War, showing mounted police stations where Governor Gibbs deployed those extra troops, so on. But perhaps we can move on. Maybe we can come back later if people want to know specifically. Sorry, I've already talked about that. My slides might be out of order. Okay, so just to wrap it up, the legacy of violence on our current project, Human Elder Judy Atkinson points out that intergenerational trauma often doesn't fade away with time, but gets worse with each generation, especially considering what happens after the massacres and all of the things that have happened between then and now. Each generation has a new form of violence against it, and they develop new forms of resistance to it. After the massacres, women are abducted, children workers as domestics and on farms, people get sent to missions. There's the eugenics phase. There's dog licenses and segregation, and all of the other things that you've been hearing about and will hear about. So the point is that it's still with us. Speaking with one elder who I won't name at the moment, but this elder has seen his friend killed, shot, and he's been a witness to deaths in custody inquiries. And for him, these massacres are still happening in that form. And he won't visit any massacre sites because it's too much for him. And he says to look inside what happened, not only that it happened, but what happened during the massacre. These massacres are not, well, massacres themselves are inhuman, but it's not just the massacre, it's the way that it's done that's beyond inhumanity, is what he says. And some of the things I've encountered in this research are the worst things I've ever heard of anyone ever doing to anyone in human history.
Thank you, Dr. Pesco.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anything that were you going to say something?
No, that's all. That'll do.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to ask you some questions. Firstly, earlier we discussed in brief form, but the well-known massacres and events that occurred in Tasmania or Van Diemen's Land in the early 1800s and the rapid population decline there, and also the characterisation of the action in Tasmania as what are now understood to be acts of genocide. Are there any circumstances which have occurred in Victoria which are, in your view, in your individual views, similar in nature to what occurred in Tasmania? Anybody?
This culture of forgetfulness and the silence that Stannis spoke about, which is quite big in anthropology, where we feel more comfortable to forget. I think that's the same all over Australia, but I think the persecution of children in Tasmania and in Victoria, the murder of children, that's not known enough. We talk about massacre sites as if, you know, they were children in there too, as well as adults. But the horror that the children had to endure, that's the worst thing for parents. And we talk about trauma. That kind of stuff is traumatic to listen to, what they did to the children. And I was, this warfare that you're talking about, I didn't hear anyone talk about poisoning the water holes where our people had to drink and hide. We needed water. So poisoning the water holes is very big in the history books for our people. And no doubt it was everywhere around Australia. But in terms of Tasmania, the biggest, when I grew up, I always heard about Truganini. But if you go to school, she was the last Tasmanian. And that silence that Stana talked about is you can connect to what was going on in terms of the history of Tasmania. Now, I was not long there in Tasmania, and I visited the convict women's prison. And there was a young girl all dressed up as a convict. And I said, but what about the Black Line? And she says, oh, we don't know if that actually happened. So here we have this disregard for history in Tasmania. And it's the tourism of Tasmania is a culture of forgetfulness, and no, it doesn't include Tasmania. So the true Tasmanian history. I went to South Australia a couple of years ago, and they're proud because they got no convicts. There's no history of convicts over there. So, you know, this convict line that seems to be going all around the southeast coast of Australia has caused so much problem for Aboriginal people. We're not the problems, they are the problem. So, but it's when they start to own up to what their ancestors have done to our people, that's when we'll get true justice. But if we look at what's going on in Tasmania, there's so many massacre sites there. It's, you know, and what they did to the young children there, turning the men, adopting them for goodness knows what. It is horror as well. And I tip my hat off to you, commissioners and chair, because you have to sit through all this, and it's our people, you know, and it comes back to us acknowledging our family and our ancestors and what's happened to them. And we are an honourable race of people. We have gone through so much trauma and suffering, and we're still respectful to people, and we're still welcoming other cultures that are coming with trauma. We're doing all that, and yet we're also trying to get people to acknowledge the trauma that our ancestors and those that have come and walked, that we're walking in their footsteps. We're trying to honour that. So I really do appreciate the work that you're doing for all of our people.
Thank you. You want to say something?
Yeah, look, I guess I've got 4 things to say about the situation between Tasmania and Victoria, and it revolves around the word genocide. I think we haven't really talked about the Aboriginal Protectorate, but its purpose was to change and to control as well as protect. So I think there's no doubt that cultural genocide existed in Victoria. And I said as much in a book in 1982. As for government, I think there was no intention to commit genocide, but the nature of the frontier, as Bill has talked, has meant that government became implicated in some of those events from the military police and also the creation of the native police, which was supposed to be a civilising force, but also it took advantage of inter-group enmities that were played out on the frontier because Aboriginal people only were friendly with close groups in proximity, and distant groups were aliens like the white fellas. So the government, because of the pressures on the frontier, gets involved in actions that are unlawful. And so I think one way of thinking about it, a colleague of mine, Tony Barter, once talked about relations of genocide, which shows that over time things get out of control and out of hand, and it's really about colonisation. The relations of genocide are about what happens in colonisation. You've got two people struggling over the one piece of land. You've got two people with different understandings of the world and each other, and inevitably that leads to what the outcome was, in my view. But I don't know whether...
Professor Broom, it is very predictable then. So the tension mightn't be there, but the predictability is that will happen.
Yeah, it's not inevitable because nothing is ever inevitable in human affairs or history, but all the dots started to fall in line. Colonisation inevitably leads to situations like this. Not all the time, but in many cases. But I don't know.
I might just follow up on Commissioner Walter's question, Professor Broom. It is the case that the New South Wales government or the Lieutenant Governor for the Port Phillip colony understood that with the expansion of the pastoralism, there would be deaths at the hands of the squatters. You accept that they would have understood that.
Yes, and the governor warned the squatters about this, but by letting colonisation proceed, it was inevitably going to happen. Deaths would happen.
You wanted to say something?
I've got a slightly different view on genocide to Richard. I think that the tool that Raphael Lemkin gave us is a really useful one. Words matter. And I think that if you look at the 5 clauses, you can absolutely see all of those things happening in Tasmania and in Victoria. I think that getting caught up in the issue of intention is a tricky road to go down. You know, right now we are thinking about the concept of the bystander. What does it mean for us to stand by when we know terrible things are happening in the world? There would have been many bystanders at this time, knowing what was going on, understanding the atmospheric violence, as to quote Tracy Bannabanua, a historian also from La Trobe, that would have been, I guess, the vibe of Victoria, or what was to become Victoria. So I think that if we get caught up in intention, we need to think about the bystanders too. I think we need to think about the fact that the colonial government in New South Wales would have known and perhaps even assumed that settlers would undertake this violence and that it would help them control the Indigenous population.
Thank you. I might just ask the operator to put document 2 back on the screen. Dr. Pascoe, you appear to want to add something?
Yes, that's right. There's just a few points. If you look at the Warrigal Creek massacres, that's a collection of massacres where a group of colonists got together and called themselves the Highland Brigade. They weren't actually the Highland Brigade. But that name indicates that they saw themselves as being a war party on behalf of the empire. That's sort of their mindset. And they went around from campsite to campsite, massacring anyone that they could find. Their intention was to wipe out everyone, which is an act of genocide. And it seems to be that in the colony at the time, there were two sides or more to settlers' politics. But the prevailing and dominant side seems to have been the one in favour of violent imperial conquest. And squatters saw themselves as playing their part in that. And, you know, some squatters had skulls mounted above their door as trophies. And so, yeah, there's a general attitude in the colony. Some of them, the more extreme, but not an uncommon view, was that everyone should be exterminated.
I'll ask you this question, Dr. Pascoe. Were the activities of the Highland Brigade known to the government? No, can you answer that?
I'm not sure, but I think it would have been hard for them not to have been known. I don't know about before the fact, but certainly after the fact.
And were any of the so-called Highland Brigade ever charged with any offences brought before the?
I don't know about the Highland Brigade, but it's in some cases, there's only one case of colonists being found guilty and punished for their crimes, and that was the Myall Creek massacre. It's quite famous because of it. They were convicts, which matched the British people's view that convicts were responsible for the low levels of morality in the colony. They were the only ones found guilty and punished, and they were hung. That contributed to the code of silence in that colonists forever after thought that if anyone found out, they might themselves be hung, but that never happened. Some people were sometimes brought to court, but they always got off.
But they were the only ones, the convicts were found sort of guilty of a massacre. Is that in all those massacres that you've mapped? That it's a
out of all of those 426 massacres, that's the only one that ever resulted in a conviction of colonists.
Can I just ask a question if anyone on the panel is aware of the Neil Black statement about taking land where somebody already committed murders?
Yes, I'm aware of that, Commissioner. And I think Neil Black is expressing the relief that he didn't have to be involved in any sort of violence to clear his run. And so that shows, again, the spectrum. There were some people that maybe wouldn't have done it, but were happy that someone else had.
At the same time, he acknowledged that there were others who had no qualms about doing those killings.
That's correct. That's correct. And another man, Henry Mayrick, was also quite forthcoming, and I think also George Robinson in Western District were quite forthcoming about the hard men who would push on to action.
Could we put document 7 on the screen, please? I just want to take you to what is an extract from the 1837 report from the United Kingdom Select Committee, United Kingdom Parliament Select Committee on Aboriginal Tribes. And we want page 13, please. And if you can, yes. So in this paragraph from the report, I'll read it to you. It says, "It is true that to remain passive under actual outrages would encourage savages in their perpetration, but we regret that in any instance, punishment which appears disproportionate should have been inflicted. We find that the natives Natives on the Murray River mentioned as amongst the most troublesome in this quarter, and in the summer of 1834, they murdered a British soldier, having in the course of the previous 5 years killed 3 other persons. In the month of October 1834, Sir James Stirling, the governor, proceeded with a party of horse to the Murray River in search of the tribe in question. On coming up with them, it appears that the British horse charged this tribe without any parley and killed 15 of them, not, as it seems, confining their vengeance to their actual murderers. After the rout, the women who had been taken prisoners were dismissed, having been informed that in inverted commas, the punishment had been inflicted because of the misconduct of the tribe, that the white man never forget to punish murder, that on this occasion the women and children had been spared, but if any other person should be killed by them, no one would be allowed to remain on this side of the mountains. Now that is clearly the dispensation of arbitrary justice and execution of people without trial, and is consistent with an absence of law and order in the way in which the colony operated. And this was carried out by the governor of the day. Would you agree with me that if it's known that the governor of the day is acting in this way, that it would be open slather for any other members of the colony to also act in that way?
Right.
As we're getting to the very truth of this, that I think was in Western Australia. Notice the date was 1834. Victoria was not settled by the Hentys till 34 and Melbourne 35. But it actually, you know, it could be representative of some government officials, because Bill talked about the number of actions that were taken by military forces or by the police forces. But I had to correct that.
Yes.
It is a Western Australian. Governor Stirling was in the Western Australian.
Governor, that's correct.
It actually, while it's not about Victoria,
yes,
it's pertaining in the sense that we know from the work done on the massacre map that there were actions taken by government forces. Now, whether the governor knew about them is another matter, but certainly police forces were either not properly briefed, trained, or directed not to take action.
So I just want to briefly deal with the time that we have left with the reference to the use of pejorative terms such as savages to describe Aboriginal people in a way that may have permitted this degree of inhumanity and brutality against the Aboriginal people. In your book, Professor Broom, you discussed the use of this term savages, and identify that there appeared to be 2 main bases for that. The use of that term, it was used to describe people on the basis that they engaged in cannibalism and in infanticide.
Well, of course, there are great rumours fluctuating in the colony. All groups have a view of another group that's not true. It's a stereotype. And so these were part of the fears, the anxieties, the moral outrage of settlers that they thought that Aboriginal people were like this. And of course, there was a whole range of other tropes about the savage, that they were unreliable, they were freckless, they were likely to change on the moment, and they were just stereotypes, but they did create fear in people's minds, create determination that these were aliens, they mightn't be able to be incorporated. And so I'm sure it plays out in the minds of people in the Highland Brigade or elsewhere that are riding against, in a bushwhacking situation, riding against a group of people that they think that they're not quite human.
Yep.
You were looking to say something, Dr. Pascoe?
Yes. I think in the minds of people doing this sort of thing, if they want to do it or if they feel compelled to do it to protect their fortune or whatever it might be, it just helps them in their own mind to deal with the guilt of it if they keep telling themselves that they're not really people or that they're, bad people.
Darling,
Add that, in this period, that certainly wasn't the only way in which people thought about First Nations people, that there are plenty of examples of absolute human contact, of relationships being built, of respect, of learning about the culture, particularly in the William Thomas papers. So I think both of those things existed at the same time, but that the idea of the quote unquote savage was a reason, it was a convenient mistruth that people wanted to believe at that time, and it was an available narrative to them.
I think a helpful way of thinking about it, Albert Memmi, who was a Tunisian who thought a lot about colonialism, said that in colonial situations there's a usurper complex, that if you take someone's possessions or land, you have to explain it to the world and to yourself. So the way you do it is to create a stereotype that you're a noble pioneer creating wealth from the land, and the original owners have never made anything of the place. They're possibly savages, and so this is a way of rationalising, as Bill Pascoe said, a way of rationalising what's going on. So they're using these racial ideas to confirm in their own minds what they're doing.
Yes.
to relieve what sometimes is referred to as perpetrator's guilt.
Yes, I would think so.
You're looking to say something?
Yeah, just from an anthropological point of view here, we're talking about culture. So, and the Darwin evolution theory, okay, of races around the world. And when all of this colonisation was occurring, they brought with that theory of evolution, and Aboriginal people were down the bottom. So this is where we started getting Melanesia, Micronesia, Polynesia, and then Aboriginal people were down the bottom. We didn't invent the wheel. That's the other thing that was also weighing against us, but also because we were developing and living on stone tools. Okay, so we weren't a society that had evolved. Okay, but we were actually living in a community where we weren't changing the environment. We weren't manipulating the environment. That came later after colonisation. But we lived in harmony, and we knew how to live on our country and not put our country under duress. But we were in competition with people like Polynesians, who are the warm, friendly, full of dancers and welcoming, smiling people. We were in competition with Micronesia. We were in competition with Melanesia. But, our knowledge of our country is now celebrated today. So this is where we weren't respected. And now this term savage and the noble savage and all that kind of stuff, that was actually, and hunter and gatherers, we were also branded as that as well. So, our knowledge today is celebrated and sought after so much today. That's the difference.
And in that vein, if I may say, a former Vice-Chancellor of Monash University, Sir Richard Eggleston, and I don't know if your family might have remembered Elizabeth Eggleston.
Yep.
He made a statement to the press that Aboriginal people walked so gently across this land, they never left a footprint. It says everything.
Now, I'd ask that document 6 be placed on the screen. Now, that document is titled the pastoral holdings, I think, of the Port Phillip district in Victoria from 1830s to 1851. And you can see on that map, which shows those holdings up until 1850, up to 1851, the intense occupation of the southwest, what might be called the Portland district, and the observation can be made that throughout central Victoria, excluding the Wimmera district and parts of the Gippsland district, there doesn't appear to be any land left whatsoever that hasn't been disposed of by 1851. And so I'm wondering whether there are observations that can be made about the prevalence and a number of parcels in the Portland district and the recorded massacres that existed in that area. Is there any observation that can be made about that?
Yeah, the massacres in that area, the Yoorrook was one of the most dense clusters in the whole of Australia. And just generally speaking, the distribution of that map matches the distribution of massacres. Some down in the southwest in Gippsland, southeast in Gunai country, and high density in Portland. Ones on the overland route up through what's called the Murray district on that map, and those few ones that are beside the Murray River up in the northwest, also massacres up there.
And I can tell you that on that map, if we were to zoom in the area above Portland, there are two properties, namely Merino Downs and Muntham, that are the properties of the Henty brothers. So it would appear that they eventually got their pastoral leases, and it's recorded. I asked you to accept from me that it's recorded that those pastoral leases that were issued up to that point were owned by some 246 men, and they owned all of those leases between them. So it demonstrates a centralisation of wealth within a relatively small group of people. We are very close to we perhaps exceeded our time today. However, it will come to the Commissioner's attention in examination of the report from the Victorian Legislative Council Select Committee on Indigenous People from 1857, that one of the members of the committee was a Mr. J. Henty. We heard in the properties that I spoke of are on the map that we can see on the screen, to the left and slightly below the letter P in Portland. If we might attempt to zoom in a little, but the description from Professor Broom of the Henty family earlier today as being a family who were finding it difficult breeding, raising sheep in rural England, leaving that place and coming to Australia and becoming part of what might be understood as the landed gentry and then rising to the position of legislators in the Parliament. I suggest to you that just taking that family as an example, and I don't say that apart from their role in coming to Portland first, there's necessarily anything different about that family to the other family, but I suggest to you that it's possible to understand what has occurred in this way, that the Gunditj Mara people were wealthy in their own country and lands. They were wealthy and rich in their land and their waters and their culture. And at the point of the grant of their lands to the Henty brothers and others, that wealth was given to other people, to those people, and their wealth was then lost and hasn't been returned. Would you agree with that description or characterization of a transfer of wealth? Would? Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Now, today we haven't had the chance to speak about the role of the protectorate, the Aboriginal protectorate, nor have we had the chance to go into detail about the select committee's processes and findings. That matter, commissioners, will be covered tomorrow by the panel tomorrow, and
to make in the context of that, we were going somewhere before about one of the Henty family members being on that committee.
The point, perhaps only the irony of it, Commissioner Lovett, that one of the people who was at the forefront of the dispossession and the transfer of wealth from Aboriginal people to the new owners then gets to sit on a committee that examines what's happened to these poor Aboriginal people and make recommendations about what happens next.
It's a pattern for the history, didn't it?
And so the suggestion will be, commissioners, that occurred 246 times over at the expense of the Aboriginal people of this state, and there has been no accounting for that. I suggest to our witnesses that there has been no accounting for that to date, that transfer of wealth. Would anybody argue with that proposition?
No, I would not. No.
But I can extend it to Edward Kerr. So Edward Kerr's father was from Tasmania, and he was born there, and then he was educated in England, his wealthy family, and then he relocated to Victoria, and he became very, very prominent in the Yoorrook land. But I also noticed in those border protected, that he was on the board for Victoria, the Aboriginal Protection Board. So that's Edward Kerr.
So what can be noted about the Protectorate Board before we close for the afternoon is that the Protectorate Board was in operation in Victoria at the very time at which the massacres peaked. That's correct. So the massacre diagram that Dr. Pascoe showed us with the peak in the 1940s is the very period when the Aboriginal Protectorate was supposed to be ensuring that the protection of Aboriginal people and fulfilling their other function of keeping Aboriginal people out of Melbourne, but their main job was intended to be protecting Aboriginal people. And of course, we know from the statistics that the population declined at such a rapid rate, perhaps in a match of the rapid rise in wealth of the pastoralists, which the chair spoke of in her opening comments.
Perhaps another story that's relevant there is the way in which the colonial government really did not support that early protectorate, that those protectors were undermined at every moment by the colonial government and were unable to do the job of protecting for various reasons. But one of the reasons is that colonial government, they would withhold the rations that they were supposed to be giving. They would give them orders that they couldn't fulfill. They would move people around. So in a sense, those protectors, which were sent from Britain to do some protecting, were not able to do that job because of the people like Charles La Trobe.
And also the squatters and pastoralists absolutely hated them because the sale of land was paying for the cost of the protectorate. So they didn't agree with it, and they didn't agree with the way it was funded. So they undermined it massively as well, and were always on the governor's back that get rid of this mob. They're harbouring Aboriginal sheep stealers, etc. So it was undermined from many quarters.
In the two books that I took you to with relation to the Tasmanian situation, both those authors formed the view that there was a pretense of caring for Aboriginal people that never ever came to fruition. And the question is, the question that might properly arise on the basis of the evidence just given by Associate Professor Ellinghouse is whether, on the back of the recommendations that came out of the UK Parliamentary Select Committee in 1837 about the need for greater protection of Aboriginal people, that there's the potential, at least, that there's the process of creation of a protectorate for Aboriginal people was perhaps a pretense to allow the other activities that were going on in terms of the wholesale dispossession of land to occur unabated.
I would agree with that.
Thank you. I'm conscious of the time. Our witnesses have all stayed on longer than they were asked to, and made other arrangements. The matters which are left to deal with in this early period are all available to be dealt with on the documents, commissioners, and unless there are specific questions from the witnesses, I don't propose to ask them any other questions at this point.
All day, very thoughtful, and I think that's enough for today. Thank you.
In that case, Commissioner, I would ask that the witnesses be released, and if we might adjourn to resume tomorrow.
Thank the witnesses for a hard topic, for leaning in and being honest and open, and knowing that you have a majority of Aboriginal people that you're telling it to, and in the room and online. So thank you for your honesty, and thank you for just saying it as it needs to be said. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. I didn't want to say, I believe the protectorate was a failed experience. That first 10 years never was fulfilled. And halfway through that, that's when the rot set in here. And I didn't really want to say that, but I think it's part of the story. But thank you very much for your
Thank you, Chair.
Also as well, mob listening in as well. We do have a social and emotional wellbeing team here, so please do reach out to us if you do, particularly given today's evidence as well. Deeply traumatic subjects that we're talking about here. We're dealing with our ancestors and their lives and country as well. So I just want to just make sure that sentiment is expressed to our people as well, and further to our panel members here today. Thank you very much for your time as well. Yeah.
We'll adjourn until tomorrow morning. Thank you.